All right, we are live.
We are live. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much, Jeff. I think we have everybody here. So I'm going to be kicking us off today. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Mary Kendall. I'm a Deputy Director with the Howard County Department of Planning and Zoning. We're very excited to present the preferred plan for Gateway with you today. Please do note that we are calling this the preferred plan, but it is not the final plan. We have a few more steps that we need to go through before we get to that point. So after this presentation today, you will all have the opportunity to give us feedback, and that will help inform the next iteration of this master plan, which we'll be calling the public draft. So once that public draft is released, then you'll have the opportunity to give more feedback. And then that plan will get refined for the council adoption process, which will also involve a review by our planning board, and then we would seek a recommendation from them as well. So as you know, HOCO by Design, our general plan, it sets out a vision to reimagine Gateway as a mixed-use innovation district. And the vision presents a framework for a future built environment that reflects input from numerous stakeholders, including our Gateway property owners, members of the public, our Master Plan Advisory Committee, and various county staff that represent various agencies and have a great deal of technical expertise. And alongside our consultant team, who are here today, our staff, we have worked diligently and tirelessly to get to this point. So kudos to the entire team. So before I turn it over to our consultant team, I do want to go over a couple of housekeeping items for the virtual meeting. So as I mentioned earlier, this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. So we will be posting this to our website, so you can refer to the presentation later if you would like. All of the virtual attendees, you are muted with your camera setting turned off by default. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through the full presentation, and then we'll take questions and comments at the end. So to make a comment, you have two options. You're welcome to raise your virtual hand. You should see a raise hand icon somewhere on your screen, likely at the bottom. Alternatively, you can also use the chat function. And you're listening. I just saw a little emoji pop up on my screen. Thank you so much. Somebody is out there listening. I appreciate that. Alternatively, you can also use the chat function. Note that the chat messages will be sent directly to us, the staff and the consultants, or those who are listed as the host and the panelists. So we'll be reviewing those questions towards the end, and we'll do our best to get through all of your questions. We'll just see how we're doing on time. But if we don't get to answering one of your questions, you will be absolutely welcome to email us at our Gateway email address. So without further ado, I'm more than happy to turn it over to our lead consultants, Suzette Goldstein and Harold De La Rosa from HOK.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. I'll add my thanks for you joining us this afternoon. Our agenda for the day is to kind of go through the innovation districts. We're going to talk a little bit about how we got to this point in time, what our preferred plan is, the studies that we've done into the marketing and economics and what is an innovation district. We'll talk about, as you see here, sustainability and transportation and infrastructure, and then we'll conclude by talking about next steps. So a lot of information that we'll try to get through as quickly but as completely as possible. I'm going to start by talking a little bit about the timeline, kind of where we are and where we've been. This process started just about a year ago. We had our first meeting, kickoff meeting in January of 2024. So we've gotten to this point, 3 iterations of developing opportunities, understanding the market, et cetera, that has brought us today to this preferred option. And as Mary said, we're just beginning to get to the point where we're drafting the final plan that will eventually be able to go to council for adoption in the spring of 2025. So thank you for joining us. Again, I'm sure many of you have seen these presentations in prior iterations. But thank you for joining us again today. I want to look backwards for for a moment to kind of tell you how we got to where we are. We originally, after having finished some market studying, we developed three alternatives that you see before you now. What we heard as a result of those alternatives is that there was a lot of support for the VUNIF option, which is option number one. But there were things that were liked about options number 2 and 3 as well. So what we're going to present you to today is what we did with the information that we collected, how we use that to create the preferred option that we're gonna present for you today. So it does take into account kind of what we hope you'll agree is the best of all three of these options, and the best ideas from each of these options combined into our proposed preferred plan. But let me start by handing it over to our colleagues with a firm called Stiletto. They are uh, experts in innovation districts in particularly, and market opportunities that are involved with innovation districts. We added Stiletto to our team specifically because of that expertise. It's a different kind of place. So I think, well, first thing they're going to do first is kind of get everybody on the same page by defining what that means, and kind of ending by telling us what they think the opportunities are to realize this vision here at Gateway. So I will hand it over to Stiletto. I think, Laura, that's you, right? And let you introduce
Yeah.
yourself.
Terrific. Thanks, Suzette, and thanks, Mary. Great to see everybody this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. We're delighted to be here with you as we've been going through this journey together. And as Suzette mentioned, certainly been incorporating all that feedback along the way. So I'm Laura Blinas. I'm the president and CEO of Stiletto Make a Point. We do specialize in cluster development and innovation ecosystems and districts throughout North America, and have been working in the space for a couple of decades. And so happy to present some findings from the market analysis that we've been conducting, looking at the market opportunity in this area, and most importantly, thinking through where we go next as we think about mobilizing this district and turning these ideas into action. So let's go to the next slide. When we think about, I mean, the goal here is to transform Gateway from a business park to an innovation district. And what we mean by that, and you'll see this on the next slide, we can go ahead to the next slide. We have kind of an overview here of what that means. And so, you know, a business park has the different components that you see highlighted in sort of teal, where you've got industrial uses, you've got some commercial uses, some labs, walking trails, and intentional and targeted development. But an innovation district takes that to the next level in weaving into that innovation office spaces, so flexible spaces for collaborations. We are certainly seeing a shift for the demand and interest in the types of office space that we offer and can offer in this area, which is very exciting. Shared facilities in an innovation core and an innovation center, and there's already some really great things happening at the core of where we're looking at developing the preferred plan, some networking assets, programming to support companies of all sizes, focused in strategic sectors and industries. Then, of course, also looking at strategic connections with academic institutions, and overarching marketing and promotional campaign, focused tenant recruitment to support broader development, mixed use development, including commercial, housing, and retail, and then multimodal connectivity to surrounding areas. These are all elements that have been embedded into the plan that Suzette and Harold are going to run us through today, and certainly all consistent with what we see in innovation districts globally. Let's go to the next slide. So why an innovation district? So an innovation district is really a real estate tool that is master planned to create a micro community within a community. And so it's about enabling individuals and organizations across industries to address common challenges related to things like accessing resources, commercializing research discoveries, building a thriving talent pipeline and strong emerging industries, establishing pathways to economic revitalization, creating jobs that support financial well-being, strengthening social and professional networks, and providing space and opportunity for collaboration and partnership. And again, these are all elements that you'll see as we think through the launch of the district in terms of the programming that will be offered in the various spaces and places. Let's go to the next slide. So it's more than the sum of the real estate. It is fundamentally innovation districts and technology parks through the full innovation continuum are essentially real estate, but you can't just rely on the land and the facilities. It's about the programming, the networks, and the collaboration that happens in and around the space that is purpose-driven and intentionally designed to create those opportunities for collaboration and partnerships. And these relationships are essential to helping innovation districts generate discoveries, marketable products, and overall, honestly, impact to the community to drive the greatest benefit back to the region, to the county, and to the state, of course, and the companies located in these areas. Let's go to the next slide. So key features of an innovation district, we see programming, academic and industry partnerships, mixed use of land, which again, you're going to see in a moment as Harold runs through the preferred plan, quality of life enhancements, and that's about, accessibility, multimodal transportation, and a focus on live, work, play offerings. And it's really about knitting all those pieces together in that environment that really is that micro community within the community. We'll go to the next slide. So if we imagine what the gateway is today and where we see this taking place over the next over the period of time that this will be developed, many business parks were traditionally, I mean, they're built back in the 70s or 80s, and really have evolved over time. You see lots of parking, surface parking in this area, and we see that consistent with the gateway today. But if we go to the next slide, we'll see a little bit more about the vibe that we're trying to create with this master preferred plan, and so there's more, green spaces, trails. You'll see innovation core kind of at the center, retail options, including dining to keep folks there beyond during the daytime, multifamily housing, transit connections, flexible workspaces. It's really about just redefining and making the evolution of the space that's there today more engaging and accessible to multiple different target audience groups. Let's go to the next slide. And so if we think about the gateway today, we have about 1,100 acres of commercial and industrial locations. The Maryland Innovation Center is a strong asset and a potential anchor to that core of the district that we're looking for. There are some vacancies today, which is not uncommon. There's lots of shift in the marketplace across the United States, and we're seeing that actually rebound already. And focusing in on some of the key industries that are aligned with regional strengths is going to really help with that in taking advantage of some of those opportunities that we do have in some of the spaces that are available to make higher and better uses of that space to generate a greater impact to the community and to the businesses and the landlords that are actually holding the land in this area. It is already a magnet for key industries in those areas, and it's okay. We can go to the next slide. That's great. So again, Gateway of Tomorrow, we're thinking about a phased development on the implementation side, and we'll hear more from the team on that. Looking to increase density, decreasing that office vacancy, and really repurposing those spaces and using those as opportunities to tap into the market. Developing academic and other anchor institution partnerships, growing a mix of company size and scale in the district, creating opportunities for residential uses, achieving a unique mixed-use walkable physical environment, establishing the appropriate governance structure. I mean, it takes a village, so we're looking forward to working with folks in the community to really make this happen, and increasing engagement, also leveraging some of those regional industry strengths that we see already today. And we'll go to the next slide. And then we're getting close to the reveal of the master plan just after another couple of slides. So the priority industries that we'll focus on is about maximizing the resources and how we can position ourselves as a leader and convener. And so there's two layers here to the sectors that we've looked at. There's areas of strength, which are industries that have alignment across the ecosystem and anticipated growth areas as we look ahead to the future, and growing and emerging clusters and industries that do support your existing areas of strength. And we'll go to the next slide. And this really outlines where we're kind of looking to focus. It won't come as a big surprise. Things like cybersecurity, military defense and government contracting, scientific research and development, and software development are really tremendous strengths that exist already today in Gateway. And then other areas that are growing and emerging are medical, labs and imaging, distribution, transportation, and logistics, certainly a great location for that. And then precision instrument manufacturing. And so this will help to inform how we attract companies to come to the area to help really round out some of those opportunities for that density creation. And we'll go to the next slide. And so some of the priority industries, we've got some definitions here just in terms of really wrapping our heads around what this means for those that are interested in understanding a little bit more about these industries and what they may mean to you or to the area. In terms of, cybersecurity, certainly quickly growing. It's really a horizontal and assists many organizations and networks against digital attacks. military and defense, equipment, technology, things like services to support the military and government operations. Scientific research and development services is about workers in this industries that are doing research to help companies be better, stronger, faster. Software development is really about those computer systems, design, and related services. And then on the other areas that are emerging around medical labs, it's really about those diagnostic labs. There's some really interesting labs already in the area. Can we build upon that? The precision instrument is about acute instruments that can measure, test, and analyze different types of things like optical instruments, lens surveying, and drafting instruments is some of the things that we've seen in our research. And then certainly on the distribution, logistics, and transportation is about organizations and workers in this industry that are designing and implementing transportation systems to be able to operate or repair equipment and plan for the movement of storage materials and products. So lots of great things happening already in Gateway and in Howard County that we feel that we can really lean into. And we'll go to the next slide. And so if we look at the summary of market demand, a few key things to leave you with as we did study the market, and the purpose of today is not to go too in the weeds on all of this. Certainly happy to answer any questions. We really want to spend the bulk of the time looking at that preferred plan and thinking through what the future may look like for this great area in our community. Multifamily housing units, we're anticipating 4,500 to 6,600 units over a 30-year period. With a focus on the missing middle with 1,200 to 1,800 stacked townhomes over the next 30 years. Approximately 1 to 1.8 million of non-residential square feet of additional gross square footage that would be used in commercial and innovation office spaces. And this is in addition to backfilling some of the vacancy that may be available. So some very exciting opportunities that we're anticipating to bring up that density. And if we equate that to the number of jobs, that represents about 4,700 to 8,000 new jobs which would actually be like 8.4 to 10.3% of the future share of all industry jobs in Howard County, which is very exciting. So I think that concludes our Innovation District overview. I'm going to pass it back to the HOK team. Yes, go ahead to Suzette, and Suzette's going to continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Laura, for that background. So Laura and her team were able to kind of give us those numbers as a starting point when we developed the original options. And then the input we got from you on the 3 options allowed us to take all of that information and wrap it and roll it together into a preferred alternative. So we're going to walk you through quickly what that kind of alternative is, what our vision for this place was, how that redevelopment kind of started to turn into a framework for a new way of thinking about Gateway. As many of you probably know, Gateway is a pretty traditional kind of 1980s office park, like Laura described, buildings surrounded by parking lots, not wonderful ways to get between buildings, to walk between buildings. So using that as a starting point and what we think it can become, this alternative looks to build on that and take some of the best things for the 3 alternatives. And we do that by starting to introduce additional roadways. I want to kind of go through some of the big features of what the overall framework was. It starts first and foremost with the introduction of a primary focal point public space. So shown here as number 1 on the screen, in a kind of an orange line that works its way down. Thank you for pointing. This is what we're calling the RUNF, and we'll show you some examples of what that means. But the big idea here is that there's this public space that we use to kind of be the center of pedestrian activity, of commerce, of commercial activity, of in a walkable nature. So this becomes where the there is. So this becomes the heart of Gateway. And as many of you may have experienced Gateway before, it is kind of lacking that heart right now. Everything's kind of the same. You're going to drive through it. You don't know where the corner of Main and Main is. Where do you tell somebody to meet you in on the evening to kind of go to dinner kind of place? So where is that here? And it's kind of lacking right now. So the introduction of this main public space helps us to create that pedestrian focus that we're looking for, helps with collaboration and creating identity for this place. Along that, we've identified several nodes where we'll concentrate density and create kind of unique spots. That's some of the ideas that we took from the other two options, the second and third option of this idea of a town square in the form of an urban plaza that can be here somewhere in one of these nodes. And then we've identified functions for a couple of additional nodes that make sense in the overall plan. And then we're integrating that with better and broader pedestrian and non-vehicular connections within Gateway, around the core roads, and then outside of Gateway as well. Two other points I'll make is that we are continuing to look into access into and out and how we connect to broader companies. You see that illustrated in a few of the arrows here, as well as the number 3 on here. We are highlighting the opportunity for high visibility locations along I-95. And we'll talk about how we are proposing density in those areas to accommodate that. And then 6, we wanted to create the opportunity to build on the good work that's being done for the reuse of the CSX corridor to bring a potential future mixed transit kind of opportunity up into the site. All of this built around this idea of a mixed use neighborhood that we're creating here that's very pedestrian and non-vehicular focused. So you see here an artist's rendition of what that might look like someday. So you can see very quickly that we're looking to kind of concentrate new development, new opportunities for both residential and employment functions along the VUNIF, which is the central spine that you see right down the middle there. If you could point for me, Harold, right down the middle where the VUNIF is. Thank you. So this is how we envision kind of buildings beginning to kind of play into that, to kind of create that space. We want the buildings to frame that space and make it very identifiable and usable. And then as we move to the south, opportunities to blend in additional residential plots for future development there. If we go to the next slide, we did want to understand in the long term, the plan that you saw first was what we envisioned with the market analysis that was done by Laura and her team for 30 years. But we wanted to make sure that what we were planning also had the ability to grow even farther over time. Gateway will be here well beyond 30 years. It'll be here 40, 50, 60, 100 years, however long it takes. But there is additional opportunity here, which is very important to Howard County in the very long term. So if we can go to the next slide, please. I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of the core principles of how we broke down the heart of Gateway. As I mentioned, it's in this core where we're in the 30-year time frame where we're focusing most of the redevelopment activities. So what is in the center of in the center of the loop road right now that you see illustrated by the diagram on the left it's quite a mega block. No sidewalks connecting between parcels, parking lots between buildings. So not at all meant for pedestrians, but really meant for an auto-oriented kind of environment. What we'd like to do in introducing, and as you see in the second diagram, what we've referred to as the VUNIF, we're creating a spine down the center that allows for connection of all of the parcels that are there to have access to a public amenity that's comfortable and inviting to pedestrians. Creating of these pedestrian environments is really important for innovation districts because the notion of people being able to get quickly to amenities, to walk, to run into colleagues, they say that innovation is created in the collision of different ideas, and that happens when people collide with one another. So we want to give opportunities for people to meet and to see one another and share ideas. Then to further break down, as you see represented in the third of the diagrams, we want to then increase connectivity beyond that core area out. So we've broken the property down, the overall property down, primarily along existing property lines, with the introduction of secondary streets that will allow both vehicles and pedestrians and other modes of transit to kind of filter into the overall mega block. And then finally, we break that down even further by, as each individual parcel, each individual block is broken down, we'll be looking for how new pedestrian connections can be made within each of the blocks as well. So using that idea of creating walkability, we wanted to kind of then just sort of describe what we keep referring to as the Vernuf. This is originally originated as a Dutch term for the idea of shared streets. So it's a street where both bicycles, pedestrians, and slow-moving vehicles, with emphasis on slow moving, feel comfortable to share this space together. What you get is what you end up with is a space that a car is not afraid to go down. So I can still, get to the drugstore. I can get to the dry cleaner to pick up my things in my car, but I know this is still a kind of a primarily residential and non-vehicular movement place, so I slow down. But I can still get to my retailer when I need to. This kind of space in its long linear nature through through the project site allows great access to public amenities to quite a number of properties along that way, and it gives us a number of opportunities for redevelopment of this nice big shared amenity. If we can go to the next slide. We wanted to show you a few examples why this may have started as a Dutch idea. It's not a new idea. We can find historic examples, but we wanted to share with you some modern examples as well. So a number of North American as well as European examples of where we can see these things popping up all over the country, and very successful examples as well. What's important to make this, and I think the overall gateway revitalization work, is that we really do want to cater to that kind of 24/7 environment. So the integration of new residential here so that people can live here if they choose to, have the ability to walk or bike to work because they live nearby and we've provided those necessary connections, will help to garner a new workforce. Creating great environments becomes part of your marketing for this place. It's a wonderful marketing tool to be able to tell a potential company that we've created here a place where your people are going to want to live, what they're going to enjoy, that they have opportunities to collaborate with shared facilities, with incubator space, as well as opportunities to play with the integration of open space and other amenities throughout. So those are kind of the big, one more slide. I'm sorry, Harold, if you can go to the next one. We did want to kind of just give you a very high level diagram of what we might mean of those kind of shared spaces, the kind of activities that we'd like to see on the ground floor. Now, this doesn't mean that necessarily on that particular building, on that particular block, you'll have that, a fitness center here and a cafe there. But we wanted to do this just very illustratively to kind of show you the kinds of activities that we're going to encourage to be on the ground floors of all of the buildings that face onto the Vernuf. We don't want blank walls. We don't want sterile activities behind it. We want to encourage people to understand the activity and the dynamic environment that's being created by encouraging those kind of active uses on the ground floors of buildings, and anywhere possible to allow those activities then to spill out into the public space as well. This is how we create that kind of dynamic environment that people will understand as the center of Gateway. So if we go to the final slide, just to kind of summarize the key points of that we'd like you to take away of what we're incorporating into the preferred plan, is that we really are trying to build on the industrial strengths and kind of cultivate that innovative ecosystem. A lot of what Laura talked about, the kind of business that's being done here is the starting point for us to bring in new businesses that can build upon those strengths. that it's a very important, the physical environment that we create, that it's a mixed use, it's a walkable area, that it creates the focal point as we discussed with the RUNF. And then finally, how we encourage activity and make sure this is a dynamic place, not just at lunchtime and not just at dinner time, but throughout the day, a place where other people see, where people see other people, and feel that activity, particularly along at the nodes, and with the RUNF. And with that, I'd like to ask my colleague Harold to talk a little bit more detail into the redevelopment approach that we are going to undertake with the county in order to realize this vision.
Thank you, Suzette. So as you described, now that we have seen the vision and the framework for the preferred plan, we're going to cover different elements of the master plan that will help to realize this vision from zoning, from land use mixes, and also starting to look at the urban form that has been envisioned for Gateway. So the first topic that we want to cover is about sub areas. So one step that the plan is doing is to organize the entire site into 9 different sub areas. And what that will do is to provide a more flexible, to provide more flexibility or a manageable framework for zoning, for public infrastructure placement, for open spaces, and also for defining the character and the urban form of each part of Gateway while offering the flexibility of land use. The overall goal is to allow a mix of uses in all of the sub areas, and the boundaries and the size of the sub areas are following different parameters. They follow property lines, or or they follow the straight center lines as well. So the next step is to look at when we talk about allowing a mix of uses all across Gateway. Um, what the plan is looking is at creating 3 different types of mixed use, all of those with a different focus. And mixed use with an employment focus areas are those areas that will allow from medium to high density development with a focus on employment, with a focus on uses like office, research, and other related uses. And there is another type that is the mixed use with residential focus. Those will be sub areas that will allow for medium to high density residential development. Or development with the residential focus, which is in addition to Gateway, which currently do not allow, it's not allowed by zoning residential at Gateway. And the third type is the mixed use with the dual focus area, which is a type that can have either a focus on employment or a focus on residential. And we're looking at that for some sub areas like the one along where the WUNERV is located. So this type of dual focus will allow a greater mix of use along public focal points like the WUNERV. We're including on this slide also a list of potential uses. Although this is not an exhaustive list, other potential uses may be included. But just to include some examples that goes from office, R&D to commercial to retail, supporting industrial, hotel, residential in the form of multifamily residential, or dense missing middle like stacked townhomes, and also community facilities and institutions and educational uses. Those are all potential uses for these sub areas. So now when we apply those 3 different types of mixed use areas on the 9 sub areas, we get a plan like the one we're seeing on the screen. And the sub areas with an employment focus are primarily located along major roads like 175 or I-95, so that those sub areas can benefit from that visibility from outside Gateway. Also, some other sub areas like with some existing environmental restrictions for residential uses, those are also sub areas that are being planned as employment focus. Then the sub areas that we're seeing in orange, like sub area 9 and sub area 8, those will have a residential focus. The main criteria is that is their proximity to other residential communities around Gateway, like the Sun Haven Apartments along Robert Fulton, and they will also have access to some new assets like the CSX multimodal corridor that we will show later on the presentation. And what we're seeing with the stripes right in the middle, those are the sub areas with a dual focus, either employment or residential focus, including sub area 3, which will be anchored by the WUNERF, and this is where the greater mix of uses is ambition. And then sub area 6 will remain, those are area, and that's a sub area with the larger properties that will remain flexible for future use, and by having a dual focus, they can at the time of redevelopment they can respond to current market trends and have either a residential or an employment focus. So another part of the plan and the framework that was shown earlier in the presentation are the nodes. And the idea behind the nodes is to strategically distribute across the site areas where a higher intensity of development can be concentrated. It's also the nodes will also provide flexibility for concentrating retail around public open spaces, and each node will also include some form of public open space like an urban plaza. The nodes can be anchored by new assets or also existing assets at Gateway, for example, the Maryland Innovation Center. And and it's exactly what we're trying to show on this slide. And this diagram is a conceptual um, drawing and an artist rendering that is showing one of the nodes, and is showing the idea behind one of the nodes, that it's including in this particular node. It's is intended to be on the north end of the WUNERF, and it's integrating an existing asset like the Maryland Innovation Center, and then complementing that with a new asset that in this case is the Innovation Hub right at the entrance of the WUNERF. So the Innovation Hub, it's a common component of an innovation district. It's a physical space that is dedicated for cultivating and promoting partnerships and networks among researchers, businesses, and creators. And in Gateway, the Innovation Hub can be a support for the work that is being done by the Maryland Innovation Center and help to expand their network and partnerships. Therefore, what the plan is doing and what and in this particular area is trying to locate this new space for the community that will cultivate that environment of innovation and collaboration in close proximity to that main existing asset like the Maryland Innovation Center as a key public focal point. Another example of a node. This one is it's it's intended to be at the south end of the WUNER, right when the Robert Fulton Drive intersect with Columbia Gateway Drive. And what we're trying to illustrate with this node and this conceptual view is the opportunity for a transit-oriented development node with potential access to transit. It can allow for higher development intensity, and that is illustrated on this diagram by the variation in building heights on the buildings, and also using the buildings to frame the public realm. We see the form of an urban plaza in close proximity to that potential anchor of the transit station, and starting to introduce idea that will help to create that urban form for Gateway, where buildings are also creating better relationship with the street, helping to create a consistent straight edge. Now that we speak about urban form, the first part of the urban form that we want to talk about is about building heights, and and this is a preliminary diagram showing variation in building heights across the different areas, and focusing on the core of the redevelopment along the WUNERF, and and it's intended to allow for flexible height, primarily along major roads, I-95 and 175, but also encourage variation in building heights at the different nodes. And and now seeing that on a plan view, we can see how the darker purple areas are those with that will allow taller building heights, and then on the nodes is that intermediate level associated with those public focal areas that will also create opportunities for retail. And the one of the considerations for taller buildings is that taller buildings and greater density may be considered by the plan in exchange for public amenities and infrastructure. Then the other part of the urban form, now that we talk about height, is understanding and providing recommendations in terms of the building placement and orientation. And by that we're looking at recommendation in different aspects. One is that buildings should be designed that they're in a way that they're climate responsive. From the design phase, uh, they should be keep in mind environmental conditions like the sun, the wind, and also the massing and the articulation of the buildings should relate to its surroundings. For example, when a building is facing a park or a natural area, they should articulate in a way that they create a better relationship between the open space and the build form, and also another element that we mentioned before and to encourage walkability is also breaking down the scale or reducing the scale of these blocks by introducing some pedestrian connections between through the blocks so that that helps to create that physical environment that encourage walking as an alternative to driving. We also look at recommendations in terms of type of roads. Roads A that are going to be primary roads where um, the main public areas for buildings should be located along, and road B are mostly for um, where parking garages or entrances or service and support spaces are recommended to be located along. Now we want to talk about affordable housing, and with housing being a big component of the plan. And the first is that the master plan is looking at the general plan, is following and being is in line with the recommendations of the recently adopted general plan, HUCO by Design, which provides guidance for how activity centers like Gateway should offer diverse, accessible, and affordable housing options when they redevelop. The general plan contemplates the creation of a new zoning that would encourage diverse housing types, a mix of incomes and homeownership opportunities. And and the plan also contemplate incentive for low-income housing units, disability income housing units. And public and private partnerships are recommended for exploration in order to achieve both for sale and rental opportunity. And Helco by Design really emphasizes on multi-generational neighborhoods. So for Gateway, the vision is to include affordable and multi-generational housing, consistent with the general vision of the general plan of Hako by Design. The master plan for Gateway is proposing that future zoning should include affordable and multi-generational requirements and incentive, and that includes, for example, 50% moderate income housing units, incentives to provide low income and disability income units, and also age restricted units. Also, the plan should allow for denser missing middle type of housing, and an example of that are stacked down homes, and provide incentive for home ownership, and incentive for home ownership should be also a consideration of the plan. The next topic that we want to cover is about open spaces and the open space framework. So the overall goal for the open space framework is to create an interconnected network of green spaces in which people working at Gateway, residents, and all the community and in Gateway will have access and can benefit from easy access to parks and community recreational spaces. So one step that the plan is doing is first to define a series of um, open space typologies. The WUNERF, we already heard about the WUNERF, that's shared street with pedestrian first type of the street. That's the primary focal point. Another typology is the Columbia Gateway linear park, which is expanding on the existing trail system that already runs along the Columbia Gateway Drive and turning that into an actual linear park. And we will get into more. We have some diagrams that will show what's the thinking behind it. Um, the third typology is about urban plazas, and urban plazas are um, the type of open space that are flexible or social, will encourage interaction and also concentrate retail around this type of open spaces. And more for residential focus areas, there are other typologies like the neighborhood park or pocket park, and the last one, it's the multimodal corridor, which is about expand creating new connection that will is the CSX multimodal corridor. It will support different modes of transportation, and the main goal of the multimodal corridor is to connect Gateway to other communities. So when we see this six typologies on the plan, uh, we get this type of open space framework. The parks that are being shown on the map are flexible in terms of location. They're not indicating in a specific location within the sub area. And something to note is that the open spaces may be publicly owned and managed, or they can also be very well privately owned and publicly accessible open spaces. So now I'm going to flip through a couple of diagrams that are showing the vision in a conceptual way of some of these typologies, starting with the urban plazas and some of the principles to be considered at the time of the design of these outdoor spaces is they should relate to the building ground floor. So um, the recommendation is to locate ground floor uses that generate foot traffic around these open spaces in a way that they can help to activate and energize the public realm. Outdoor comfort is something important to be considered, providing shade, and that can be done by integrating tree canopies or increasing the tree canopy coverage or shade structure so that um, they can provide proper outdoor comfort for people using the outdoor spaces. Then these spaces should be designed to be flexible in a way that they can be um, programmed in a variety of ways throughout the day or throughout the year. And in addition to retail or other active uses out on the ground floor, community services and civic and other community uses can be located around the urban plazas. Now, when we talk about the linear park, the Columbia Gateway Linear Park, so there is already an existing um, share use path that runs along the Columbia Gateway Drive and also connects to other pathways within Gateway. And the idea is that with the transformation of Gateway into a new innovation district to expand those trails and bike path connections, and by widening the share use path and retrofitting the existing path to turn it into a linear park. And that also include adding greenery, native trees, shade, seating areas, and other landscape amenities like lighting are also city recreational features. Now, this diagram is showing a conceptual view of a neighborhood park, and other principles that are being applied to the neighborhood parks is that they should be convenient and conveniently located and well connected. Again, it's important that they're located in a way that they're easily accessible for people walking. And for example, the circle is a 5 minute walk, so it's an easy walk with access to an open space. The same way we talk about multi-generational housing, it's good to talk about multi-generational public open spaces, and in a way that the parks and the public open spaces should be welcoming for people of all ages and all abilities. They should promote a healthy lifestyle. They should be social and flexible, adaptable, and they should also be in line with sustainability and resiliency goals from the master plan, with increasing tree canopy coverage, also using native or adapted species, or integrated nature-based solutions to the stormwater management as part of the design. So the last component of the redevelopment approach that we want to cover is about zoning, and um, the master plan is looking at alternative zoning tools to look at all the options, as Howard County does not currently have any zoning district and its code that can realize this vision, given the number of public amenities, open spaces, affordable housing goals, and the mix of uses that the plan is looking to achieve. A new zoning district will need to be created. The master plan is looking at tools like performance zonings, from performance zoning to incentive zonings to other tools like overlay zoning that or form-based type of zoning um, that they all provide flexibility and can provide elements to help to achieve this vision for Gateway. Although a detailed zoning program code will be established after this master planning process. So before we move onto the next section, we want to cover a few takeaways from the redevelopment approach. One of them is about the mix of uses. It's about encouraging and incentivize a mix of uses that support an innovation ecosystem and help to create a multi-generational mixed income community. It's also to provide flexibility on building heights, especially along highways for visibility, and in nodes that will also serve as focal point for retail, while providing flexibility to meet market demand. It's to also create a walkable urban form. It's to create that well-connected pedestrian network and well-connected network of open spaces, and it's to look at alternative zoning that will incentivize the ambition urban form and associated infrastructure and amenities. With that, now we want to talk about sustainable design, which is a big component of the preferred plan, and sustainability is deeply rooted into our our planning and design processes. The master plan provides strategies and recommendations on creating buildings and landscapes that are resilient, with a positive impact on the environment, and that can contribute to the health and well-being of the people. So the sustainable design strategies are organized into different focus areas, including but not limited to decarbonization and resiliency. By decarbonization, we're focusing on is about reducing and eliminating carbon emissions by using renewable energy, reducing consumption, and improving energy efficiency. And by resiliency, it's about respond and adapt to changing climate-related challenges. Um, Something that we want to emphasize is also that the overall goals and all the strategies that the master plan is recommending for in terms of sustainable design are aligned with the county's um, climate action and resiliency plan. So when we look at decarbonization, the strategies we're looking at different level. The first level at a more high level or at district level, we're looking at multimodal transportation network as an opportunity for reducing carbon emissions from transportation operation. And some of the recommendations and strategies cover providing pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure that will help to promote walking and biking as an alternative to driving. Also, transit opportunities is important, ideally with fewer emissions, with vehicles that emit fewer emissions, like electric buses, and also providing easy and convenient access to charging stations for electric vehicles, for example. At the building level, the decarbonization strategies are looking more at high performance building, and that goes from, again, for climate responsive design is buildings that optimize its orientation and form in response to the environment, from sun, from the wind to the wind. Also integrating high performance elements like high performance building envelopes, and also integrating high efficiency systems like MEP systems. And the other big component of our decarbonization strategy is about renewable energy and the use of renewable energy for on-site electricity and heat generation. The plan is looking at its solar photovoltaic system as the currently most viable source. Although this is a 30-year plan, we know technologies that are available now and probably the technologies that are being developed, but in 30 years, there's a lot that will change, and the technologies are constantly changing. So the plan is looking to remain open to other to future technologies and improvement in terms of efficiency for energy production and storage technology that may be available in 30 years from now or beyond. A good example that we want to show about the integration of renewable energy at both at the building and the site level is the Howard County Circuit Courthouse. As we can see, this building integrates photovoltaic panels on the roof and a solar field on the far end of the image, and all combined covers over 50% of the energy needs for this building. Then when we in terms of resiliency, we're looking on one end, we're looking at water, we're looking at water treatment and reuse, and that goes all the way from harvesting rainwater on site for reducing the need for potable water and for other uses like irrigation. Also, the treatment and storage of non-potable water for future uses, and also looking at in a more holistic way all the opportunities for water reuse from the rainwater to also wastewater coming out of the buildings in a way that when the water is when there's an on-site treatment process that the wastewater stays on site, it helps to and it's used for irrigation or non-potable water uses in the building. It helps to reduce the demand of potable water from the water supply and also can reduce the discharge of wastewater of the development. So what the the goals for water reuse are looking is to create this closed water cycle for the site. Another big component of the resiliency strategies is about heat island mitigation. And when we look at dense urban environment, we definitely need to consider the heat island effect. And increasing heat is one of the major climate change related impacts in Howard counties. Therefore, designing to keep people cool is important. And that includes increasing tree canopy coverage, also recommendations about using light colored materials on pavement and also on buildings. And in general, it's increasing vegetation coverage, and that goes from the ground plane and also to the roof of the buildings with green roof where appropriate. So the next component of the preferred plan that we want to cover is about transportation and mobility. And the drawing that we're seeing on the screen is showing in orange potential connections that opportunities to connect to surrounding communities with bike and or share use path. So that's one of the goals is to help to connect gateways to surrounding communities and other parts of the county. And what we're seeing in blue, those are more potential vehicular access or improvements. I want to point out that in September we included a proposed intersection at 108 and 175, and just for reference, that's just by Gateway Overlook, next to where the Trader Joe's, Costco are located. However, our transportation engineers, or the county transportation engineers, have noted that there are other ways that a new access point from 175 could be achieved, and that could be in the form of a flyover of I-95 or an access point along 175, somewhere between 108 and I-95. The transportation engineers also emphasized that a new access point along 175 will require further evaluation and coordination with the state highway administration. So instead of identifying a preferred access point, the plan is recommending that new access point will be further evaluated and located somewhere in the vicinity of this blue bubble that we're showing here on the screen. The overall goal with the new access point along 175, regardless of where it is located, um, one is to alleviate traffic congestion. Another one is also to connect to surrounding communities, and another one is to create a new welcoming entrance to Gateway. So as part of looking at the urban forum, we're also looking at the road network for the 30-year vision for Gateway, and we're looking at roads, and the team is looking at roads more as multimodal facilities in a way that thus are roads to be designed as complete streets in a way they can support different modes of transportation in a safe way, and the three main principles that the road network are following is to create that interconnected network of streets, generally following proper lines. It's also is that the new and reconfigured streets follow the typical street and the principle from the Howard County Design Manual, and that the design of new streets, where possible, should be designed as extension of um, existing streets. So this diagram is showing applying the typical sections and the typologies from the Howard County Design Manual into this network of streets for the 30-year plan. And again, these are all streets that are intended to be complete streets. So they will support transportation. They will be designed to enable safe use of pedestrians, bicycle, transit where possible, and also vehicles. And just to give a sense of what we're talking about by complete street and the sections, these are two examples of those sections. A town center connection um, with one lane on each direction, bicycle facility on both sides of the roads, and the sidewalk also relating to the ground floor uses. And on the left is a much wider section with more capacity, two lane on each direction, and also including a landscape median separating the two directions, and that can potentially be used for accommodating left turn movement. And by adding trees also helps to um, reduce the speed on for drivers. So again, this is a long run. It's a 30-year plan, and technology constantly changes. So the plan is also looking to remain open and flexible for future technologies in terms of transportation and mobility, with an emphasis um, on smaller scale of transit. So this is an example of an autonomous shuttle that could help to connect Gateway to surrounding urban scale redevelopments. And this is probably not even that far ahead, but the idea is that the master plan will remain flexible for future technologies. With that, I would like to hand it over to Mary Kendall, and she will cover this public infrastructure part.
All right. Thanks so much, Harold. Great job, everyone. We are nearing the end of our presentation. So once we get through the rest of these slides, we'll take a minute and we'll start to review some of the questions in the chat box and see if anybody has questions, and invite you to raise your hand. So thank you all for continuing to follow along as we share a great deal of information with you. As you can tell, a lot of work so far has gone into this particular preferred plan. So we're going to talk about public infrastructure. And as you can see on this slide, there are numerous infrastructure items that may be needed in Gateway, all of which will require further study and evaluation, but here we've grouped them into categories for you. And the first that we are thinking about is certainly public facilities, which does include schools, and we'll talk about that in a little more in a moment. But we're also looking at the public facility needs as it pertains to public safety, fire, EMS, and even parking garages. Then we have a full set of transportation improvements. This includes both external access improvements and a lot of the road network improvements that we'll have to make within the site to accommodate complete streets and to create more of a grid and more walkable blocks within the larger Gateway area. We did take a look at water sewer. So what are the water sewer improvements that will need to be made to accommodate a redevelopment project of this size? And we have some preliminary indication that water supply with our already planned improvements that we have in our water sewer master plan that should suffice and address the development demand that could occur here. But when we look at sewer, that is where we did find that there will likely need to be some kind of considerable improvements made in the midterm to accommodate, like I said, the sewer needs of this particular site. But being that it's in the midterm, we do have a lot of time yet to still plan for the funding of that particular infrastructure improvement. And then, as you saw on the open space network map, there's a lot of improvements there. And then finally, we know there are these innovation facilities, such as that innovation hub that we really want to support so that we can continue to cultivate that innovation ecosystem and attract entrepreneurs, businesses, and support the existing businesses that are there today. Next slide. So this is a lot of infrastructure, and we recognize that. So it will need to be phased. And this particular concept that you see here is how we might plan to phase some of those improvements. However, all of this will require more evaluation and study and likely a infrastructure phasing and financing plan. But here are some thoughts for how we could go about phasing in the public infrastructure. So first, in the near term, invest in that innovation hub, again, to cultivate and attract new industries and entrepreneurs, and then start on that first segment of the WUNRF and the internal road network that connects to it. And that's all up in the northern part of the site. And then at the southern part of the site, we'd be looking to start to kick off that CSX multimodal corridor along the CSX rail. So that's a 3.1 mile abandoned rail spur. And that would help to create more connectivity between this site and neighboring communities. And then in the midterm, the infrastructure could be phased in where we then start to build out the midsection of the WUNRF and the internal roads that connect to that. And then focus on the 175 access point, and then build in that dedicated transit layer multimodal corridor that would come off of that CSX rail line up into the site and connect into a transit hub. And then in the longer term, we'd be looking to complete the WUNRF in the southern end of the site. And then there's a node on the bottom that talks about the future school site. So we recognize that there's still additional evaluation and coordination with the Howard County Public School System that will need to be conducted to determine school capacity needs. But as we're anticipating mostly multifamily development, mixed use development, a more urban mixed use environment than in comparison to other areas in the county, student yields are certainly expected to be different here and likely lower. But as I said, that's where we need continued further coordination and collaboration with HCPSS to conduct those studies. Next slide. So financing tools. So this is a very large project. So we know that a combination of tools to help finance those infrastructure needs will be necessary. And these are just some of the types of tools that could be under consideration. Again, we'll need to do, as I mentioned earlier, that infrastructure phasing and financing plan that will help to identify which tool could be used when to support which infrastructure improvement. Next slide. All right, so we covered public infrastructure, big picture, but now we're going to spend just a little more time on schools. So our general plan, HOCO by design, there is some guidance in there for future school sites. especially for schools that might be located in one of our activity centers. Remember, those are areas targeted for mixed-use redevelopment. Gateway is the largest area that's targeted for mixed-use redevelopment. And HOCO by Design calls for exploring opportunities to co-locate schools with things like libraries, parks, and affordable housing, and other public infrastructure, other public amenities. And the idea behind this is to make use of limited land, but also leverage funding for other public infrastructure and amenities. HOCO by Design also suggests that we examine alternative school design models and prototypes that may use a smaller footprint, have shared site amenities, or even allow vertical construction. So we go to the next slide. So the question is there an opportunity in Gateway to pursue an alternative prototype or an alternative school design if a school site is needed here in the future? Again, as you saw in this presentation, Gateway's future is envisioned to have an urban built environment with an opportunity to redevelop with taller buildings, compact walkable areas, and will have a robust open space network. It will also be an innovation district that attracts new industries and entrepreneurs and academic partners. So on the upcoming slides, we're going to show you some prototypes, alternative school prototypes that are in urban settings. Here's an overview of what they are, but generally what you'll see is these particular sites, one, occupy a smaller footprint than a lot of our current schools and that are more common in a more sort of suburban setting. These sites also include shared recreational facilities or rooftop recreational facilities. They use shared parking strategies, and they may offer a bus drop-off zone on a secondary street. Many of these are also compact and vertical designs that could provide a greater opportunity to be more innovative in its massing and energy efficient. Okay. All right, so with that, let's look at some of the examples. So here we've got one school in Arlington, Virginia, that's on a site that's just a little under 2.5 acres. The estimated seats are about 775 students. It serves grades 6 through 12, and they don't have any outdoor fields, but they do have rooftop play areas. And for parking, they use a shared parking strategy, as you can see, P1 and P2, where they have one garage for daily use and then the other one is for events. And the bus drop-off zone is on a secondary street. And you can see that they have some somewhat innovative looking type of massing. The step massing gives you a bit of an innovative design for this particular school. Next slide. So then here's another school that's within San Francisco that's looking at, that serves grades K through 12. And where you have the school site, you can see where the athletic facility is a little bit further away from the actual school site. And that's where the parking garage is located as well. Next slide. And then you have another school here in California that's on a site that's a little bit under 3 acres that serves high school. And they have both indoor and outdoor recreational spaces. And in this case, the parking is provided underground. Next slide. And then another school in San Francisco, California, that's on a site that's less than 2 acres that serves about 330 students, is primarily focused on elementary school and pre-K. And the outdoor spaces are either at grade or on the rooftop, and the parking is either on site or underground, and the bus drop-off is on street. Next slide. And then you have a school here in DC that is just under 4 acres, again, serving primarily elementary school students and pre-K. This particular school is pretty far from a metro station or a transit stop, and it does offer outdoor play fields, play areas, and community gardens on site. And they have a parking lot on site for staff, and then parents and visitors are asked to park on the street. Next one. And then here's an example from New York. So we're not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that Gateway will be like New York, but the question is, are there some elements that they use in this particular setting that might be applicable to Gateway? So this one mostly is focused on that the outdoor gathering areas or play areas They are located within the Central Park or a local public park. Next slide. Okay. So we have covered a lot, and you may be wondering, where do we start? So we're recommending that in the first 5 years, really what we have to do is, in the first 5 years of implementation, what we need to focus on first is building up that innovation district programming. We have to establish that new zoning structure that Harold had mentioned earlier. We'll be looking to do more planning for and figuring out how we're going to finance the infrastructure improvements. We'll be evaluating access along 175. We'll be getting the various organizational structures established to facilitate redevelopment, in addition to planning for that road network construction and trying to determine what entities we may need to engage in order to accommodate that particular type of development. So do we need to establish a business improvement district? It's known as a BID, or Transportation Demand Management Authority. So what are the entities and anchors that we need to bring to the table to help facilitate this redevelopment? Then, of course, we need to plan for and manage those public spaces, and then continue to seek opportunities to acquire sites that are suitable for our public facility needs, which could include schools, fire, police needs, etc. Next slide. So from the section we just covered that focused on sustainable design, transportation, infrastructure, and financing, some of the key takeaways are with regards to sustainability. We do want to incentivize and encourage more sustainable and resilient design, both in the sites, but the buildings themselves. In terms of transportation, we really want to create an interconnected network that serves people walking, biking, and driving to Gateway. We know we need to plan for public facilities such as schools, police, and fire, etc. And then we need to establish that infrastructure and financing plan. All right, so let's, we'll keep this on the screen while we start to address a couple of questions. And then when we've got about 10 minutes left, we'll take a pause just so I can go to the next step slides. But again, this is just right here. What you're looking at is another illustrative concept for how the site could look, how it could redevelop over 30 years. Okay. So we're going to try to go through the questions in the chat box. All right. And I'm going to read through those. And then we've got, like I said, we've got a lot of our consultants here. We have other staff from other county agencies who are here who are going to assist in answering some of your questions. So the first question was from Colin K. Colin, you were asking about, will existing transit, pedestrian, and bike facilities in the surrounding neighborhoods be upgraded to improve multimodal connections to and from the Innovation District? Furthermore, does the plan include new facilities such as multimodal paths in and around neighborhoods to create pedestrian and bike connections where none currently exist? I think we may have addressed that when we were going through the transportation section. As you saw, there are about 4 or 5 different access points where we're looking to improve bike and pedestrian connectivity into and out of the site, and then following that kind of complete streets model for the street network within the site. If I don't answer your question, please feel free to raise your hand or type something in the chat box if you have any follow-up questions. So then we've got another question from Peter Engel. Is there a sense of how this will be zoned? Is there control over how much of the mega block is residential and how much is office? So I think we may have answered that question. We did talk a little bit about recognizing that we'd be looking at different types of zoning tools once we get through this master planning process, recognizing that there's a lot of public infrastructure, amenities, open space goals that we're trying to achieve here, and a mix of uses. There's an alternative zoning structure that we'd be looking at upon completion of the master plan. And we recognize that we have we're trying to organize the area into sub areas, recognizing that there are some sub areas that might be more appropriate for an employment focused uses versus residential uses versus a legitimate kind of mix of all the uses. but the goal is that all of this would be a mixed use site. And then I don't know if Suzette, is there anything you would like to add to that question, to add to that response?
Sorry, I couldn't find my mute button.
That's okay.
No, I think that covers it just fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then another question from Sharon Boyes. Hope I pronounced that correctly, Voies. You said there should be a strong focus on green stormwater infrastructure. You appreciate the pavers and the tree boxes in the photos. Perhaps we can incorporate things like bioswales, rain gardens, and bioretention, much of what was shown in the Seattle slide. So again, I think that that question was asked before we got into the sustainable design component. So there is a plan that there will be recommendations for how we can incorporate more sustainable design, both within sites that address a lot of these green stormwater infrastructure, but also within the buildings themselves, so that we can have a more resilient community. And again, I would just say with our team, if anybody has anything else to add, please just add. Okay. Then we got another question. Again, from Peter Engel, roughly how many residential units could be accommodated by this plan? So we are really trying to work within the parameters of our market demand. So we're getting through this preferred option first before we make any our recommended growth projections for this particular plan. But again, we are trying to make recommendations when it comes to building heights, mix of uses, that is within the parameters of that market demand. Then, Sharon, you had mentioned that you'd like to see greater protections against bird strikes. That should just be taken into consideration when designing taller buildings. I believe, is that a component, Harold says that, is that generally a component of a sustainable design for a building?
It generally is, yeah, but we'll make sure it gets noted particularly.
Okay, thanks. Paul, you had mentioned, you'd asked, would all of the affordable housing be located in the mixed income zoning district? So how this is envisioned as there would be minimally similar to how the moderate income housing unit program functions within the county, that as an individual site is getting developed, they have to meet those MIHU housing requirements. So that is what's envisioned here as well. And then, as we mentioned earlier, we recognize that the general plan has goals to achieve higher percentages of affordable housing, disability housing, lower income housing. So this plan will be looking to make recommendations for additional incentives above and beyond MIHU requirements. And that could be located anywhere throughout the site, wherever the residential uses are allowed. Continuing on. Okay. Given the scale and ability to put in infrastructure now, would it make sense to explore a ground source heat pump network? BGE is going to be setting up those pilot programs. So I don't know if is that the same thing as the microgrid? We've heard about microgrids, but
not the same thing, but we will we'll look at it. I'm not familiar with that particular BGE program, but we will ask our sustainability people to have a look at it.
Thanks. Okay. Then we have another question from Pat Murphy. Do the new zoning ideas offer the county any means of recourse when the zoning regulations flexibility are abused as to the spirit of the regulation to benefit the developer and not the county? So I guess I'm not really sure how to answer that question. I mean, we'll be looking to make recommendations for the zoning regulations upon after adoption of the master plan. The master plan is not the zoning regulation. It's still just a policy document that gives clear guidance for how we redevelop this area. So I'm not sure if anybody has anything else to add to that. Anything about controlling for light pollution?
We'll address that in the sustainability section.
Okay, thanks. And then another question about would there be access via public transportation? So I think that's where, as in public transportation is not pedestrian, not something that's used by pedestrians or bikes, but I guess by public transit. So yes, the plan is that there would be a transit stop here in the south. That's where we were talking about that. That's where one of those nodes are that we had discussed. And then the idea is that then we would plan for this multimodal corridor, that some sort of rubber wheel transit that would be public transit that could travel along to connect others into and out of Gateway. Okay. And then Joel, you asked a question, 175 access right in, right out, question mark. Will SHA allow another lighted intersection between Waterloo and 95? So I'm gonna start with the response to that is, so we do recognize that we need to have further coordination with SHA. But what our transportation engineers have done is identified a couple of we recognize that we do want to try to get an access point somewhere along 175, but exactly where that is and how that will function and what that will look like, that requires further study. And then I don't know if David Cookson from Office of Transportation, you're here as well. Did you want to add anything to that response?
I'll just sort of reiterate what Mary said, Joel, is that it's where it could go is sort of really dependent on some further evaluation and engineering study. And that includes also working very closely with SHA on particular design and making sure what we're proposing aligns with some of their needs as well. So it's a really cooperative effort between the county and SHA as we advance this type of project.
Yeah, but thank you, Joel. It sounds like you might be suggesting as an option to look at 175 access right in, right out. I think that's what I was reading there. Okay. Then we've got a question from Ryan Powers. Why aren't land banks for infrastructure planned from the very beginning? For example, 8,400 homes, which is what we noted in the market demand, would need a new school. Schools are over capacity, enrollment's not taking into account pre-K, nor Gateway and Newtown. Elk Ridge is still waiting for a land purchase for a potential school. So I think what we're trying to do is suggest that through this planning process, we recognize that we do need to continue to coordinate with Howard County Public Schools to understand what the school capacity needs are, and then plan for acquiring sites as needed as we determine what those capacity needs are.
Mary, can I add something?
Yes, of course.
So I know the comment mentioned land banking. I'm not sure if I'm understanding that comment completely right, but when I think of land banking, I think of holding on to property you already own. And so just note that all of this land is basically all in private ownership. So it's not about the county having the ability to land bank or hang on to land because they don't already own it. It is about acquisition.
That's right. Right. And we'll be pulling, there is a recommendation in HOCO by design, the general plan that suggests we look for opportunities where we might be able to acquire a site in the near term and look at leaseback options and hold on to that property until it may be needed for some other public infrastructure improvement. But those are all recommendations we have in the general plan. So we'll be looking to see how we could apply them here as well. Okay. Yes, and then Ryan, you also mentioned that we will definitely need schools here in the future, and it will save millions if we can plan for them now. And then Joel, let's see, is the Snowden River intersection in 175 entrance loop safe with more traffic? I think I'm reading that correctly. David, are you in the chat box?
Yeah, I see the. Yeah, so Joel, I think your question is like if more traffic is going to be going through that intersection of Snowden 175. So if you have a look at one or two of the road layouts, one of the things that's getting proposed in the plan actually is a new shared use path that's going to be able to use that part of that road or adjacent to that road to provide a very high quality bike and pedestrian connection out of Gateway into that community to the north. So the modeling shows that actually the traffic impacts on this road are pretty minimal because there's a lot of extra capacity now. So we don't anticipate any sort of significant impacts on the traffic front. And actually what we've found is we should be able to actually use some of that infrastructure to provide a bike ped connection in and out of Gateway.
Thank you. Let's see. Sorry, still going through the questions. Okay. We were asking a little bit about the schools. So was there a parent survey for any of these school designs? And then one particular comment said they didn't support the rooftop playgrounds, but that is the point of what we're presenting today. We're trying to get some feedback from the public on your thoughts on these alternative designs. So we'd really like you to give us feedback in the comment form on your thoughts. Just so you know, we've heard support for these designs. We've heard concerns about these designs. So there's a lot of views and opinions on this. But reminder, we will still need to have a lot more additional coordination with the Howard County Public School System. Some of these designs would even require approval by the state. So this is just about us trying to get more ideas on the table and trying to find an urban form, right? A form for this school that fits within the future character of what Gateway is planned to become. Let's see. Colin, you had mentioned, is there any insight into the potential timeline for the connection between Gateway Overlook and the project that serves in place of the 108 intersection? Okay, so the first thing we have to do with regards to 175 is work with SHA to do some more further analysis, but I think in our, so that will really dictate the timing of when that intersection improvement could occur. But I think, you know, the thought right now is that it is ideally, our goal is to try to make that come to life in the second phase, 10 to 20 years. But David, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I think Mary's right. It's mostly likely could happen is sort of in that second phase, but it's really going to be sort of driven as the development phasing goes along in Gateway as well. So the triggers are really how much is going to happen. So those are the types of things that we'd be looking at with SHA. It's like when it would need to get built based on what's happening around it. But the first phase is just to evaluate, you know, where something could go.
Okay. Okay, and then we had a question about, you feel the school should include K through 12 simply because you're looking at multifamily and affordable housing. That was from Miss Regina Lee. Okay. And then Joel, your question was, how does acquiring public sites work with recently approved tax credit for the undeveloped parcels? Well, I think that if the county were to come in and acquire a property, they just come in and acquire a property. So I'm not too sure how else to answer your question. Let's see. Okay. Kia, you said thank you for the presentation. How much is accessibility taken into account? Are current businesses going to be given dibs on space, or will occupants be chosen from a pool? So the way this works is we're trying to set a vision for how an area could redevelop. The county doesn't own any of the sites. They're all privately owned. So once we develop this vision, recognizing we have these infrastructure needs, if we want to see this get redeveloped as a mixed-use community, we have this road network, right? That would be more appropriate for it. If we're trying to create what we call an innovation district, there's a built environment in which that type of business community could be most successful. So that's what this vision is trying to present. And all of this has to be undertaken by those private property owners who are the ones who will be responsible for redeveloping their sites. And the guardrails that are in place will be whatever those future zoning regulations are. So our zoning regulations don't generally dictate which specific business would go where. The county may end up owning. So currently, for example, the county does have the Maryland Innovation Center. That is like an incubator for small businesses. I believe if there's somebody interested in getting a space there, they submit an application to the county, and then they could have a subsidized space to try to help start up their own small business or whatever their business idea is. So in those spaces, there's a little bit more, the county has a little bit more of an opportunity to create larger opportunities for small businesses. But when it comes to private individual decisions by the property owners who are redeveloping their spaces, they would make decisions about who they lease that space to. But then the zoning regulations just provide those guardrails as to what the types of uses are that would be allowed. So hopefully that helped answer that question. Does anybody have anything else they want to add to that, or? Okay. Colin, would the type of zoning that the project seeks to establish in Howard County be one of the four or some combination of all of them, right? So we talked about performance, incentive, overlay, form-based zoning. So at this point in time, the plan will be giving a recommendation for a few different types of alternative zoning programs and tools. And then once we get the plan adopted, we would work with likely another zoning consultant to try to determine what is the most appropriate tool that would work here, given the vision that we want to try to achieve. So I don't have an answer to that question. I think it could be, it could be a combination of them. I don't know if it would just necessarily be one or two, but that's something that would be evaluated after we get the plan adopted. Okay. So Pat Murphy had asked the question, how do you go about gaining ownership of the land parcels you need for the infrastructure priorities you identified? So there's I think a few different strategies that could be considered. But in the end, the general plan just gives recommendations for how to go about achieving them, but some of them are through going out and acquiring land. Some other could be through our zoning code. So if somebody wants to, say, have a certain amount of density on their site or more than what the zoning regulations allow, then that's where you could say, that's how the incentive zoning works. You could say, well, if you want more density, then in exchange for that, we want this public benefit, we want this public amenity, we want this open space. So it'll just depend, but I think we would need to do a combination of multiple strategies in order to meet those infrastructure priorities and needs.
Mary, this
Yes.
is Kristen. We have a hand up.
Okay.
Paul Casey.
All right. Thank you.
Paul, can you lower your hand, please, when you're done?
Is Paul off mute?
Am I off mute?
You are off mute.
Okay. The question really goes to affordable housing, and it's a question about with the various options available, and the very critical need that we have for providing additional housing in the county. Is there any is there any discussion about prioritizing residential so that there can be um, um, a, a mix which goes to some significant level to meeting our county's housing needs? Now, I don't. Uh, I understand the need to develop this as a, as a multi-purpose area, and that's very exciting. Um, um, but this may be the most significant opportunity that our county has to address what we have all acknowledged as a critical shortage in affordable housing. I mean, I think currently we're somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 units short. So anyway, my question is, in making our decisions about how to make use of this property, given its importance in helping us to address this critical shortage, is there a sense that there is a way to prioritize this need, um, both affordable and missing middle, so that we can take advantage of what won't be coming again? I mean, there's when we if you look at the long-term future, it seems doubtful we'll ever expand significantly into the West with housing to meet our needs. So that's the question. How do we make the best use of this area to address that need? I mean, given all the considerations you're given, but um, I'm looking, I think, for some reassurance that the the housing needs will have a real priority in the development of this site.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, a lot of the only thing zoning regulations can do is, we want to see this as a mixed use community. And as the market allows residential to be developed or mixed use buildings to be developed, we would want to see some affordable housing requirements and incentives to go above and beyond what those requirements are. Um, so there's a really difficult, challenging balance, right, that we have to try to achieve when it comes to market demand, property owner willingness and interest, wanting to make this a place that is, as I said earlier, an innovation district that creates opportunities for our businesses and those innovation sectors to thrive. So I think it's going to be a challenging a balance of all the above.
And Mr. Casey is on mute, so you can move on.
Let's see, back into the questions. Okay, George Michael, you had asked how much deconstruction will be included in the construction project. So that will really depend upon individual property owners and how they choose to go about redeveloping their property. I don't know if Suzette, you would like to, or Harold, would you like to add anything to that question? How much deconstruction would be included in the construction project?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, Mary. It will depend on the individual property owners. What the plan seeks to do is to incentivize them to redevelop some of their properties into a higher density to allow more employment in this area, as well as provide land opportunities for residential development. So yes, to accomplish the plan as is illustratively represented on the screen, it does make the assumption that some buildings will come down and will be reconstructed in a denser fashion. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah. And then Joel, you had asked about what is meant by governance. I think, what does a governance structure look like of an innovation district? One thing I'm going to turn it over to Laura to answer the question about the governance structure, but I just want to add to kind of the overall vision for this area. So the vision, the innovation district, it is a place for jobs. We want to see jobs grow here. We want to see businesses grow here. And in terms of residential opportunities, we would like to see, I think, the residential opportunities help meet the demand that workforce will be seek, that residential demand that future workforce and existing workforce will be seeking. So I don't know if that helps to further expand on my response to Paul a little bit earlier, but I just wanted to emphasize the importance of the job growth component here. And then Laura, I'm going to defer to you to talk a little bit about what we mean by a governance structure for an innovation district.
Sure, and thanks for the question, Joel. Really appreciate that. And what we mean by that is really about making sure that there is a convener to make this development intentional, and both working with the landowners, making sure that they have what they need to be able to get things going. What we see in innovation districts and ecosystems throughout North America and really globally is having sort of that central coordinating body to be able to pull together opportunities for program development and connectivity, with a very much focus, to build on Mary's comment, around workforce development, talent attraction and retention, and helping companies to be able to grow. And so that's what we mean by governance. It's an entity that will sort of oversee all of these pieces, and that's yet to be finalized and determined, but that's something that will come next in terms of figuring that out as we move to implementation on some of those programmatic elements, specifically over the next 5 years.
Thank you. Then we've got another question from Laura Metal. Will there be guidelines for redevelopment of existing built parcels in Gateway? Single level commercial properties surrounded by parking lots, not the best use of space. So will there be guidelines for redevelopment? So the master plan will be looking to give recommendations. So whether or not there are specific, so there could be a recommendation in the plan that suggests that there be some kind of design guidelines for redevelopment, but zoning regulations do set things like parking recommendations, build to lines, etc. Suzette, do you want to speak any more to what extent our
I
plan
was just going to say it's the same thing I think that you added at the end. The zoning structure that gets put in place that at the conclusion of the master plan is going to be the primary guideline for how this place gets redeveloped. And we're very much looking for ways to incentivize denser development.
So yes to less surface parking lots. And then Michelle R. Oh, okay. I'm going to share Michelle R's comment. No question for now. Just wanted to say we're excited about these plans. Pedestrian friendly, more housing, green spaces, parks, sustainable. Thank you for all the work. Thank you for your comment, Michelle. Joan, you asked a question about would the alternative zoning tools be similar to the current FDP format in Newtown? I don't envision that to be the case. But again, that would all be a part of a evaluation that we would undertake upon completion of the master plan. But I think the alternative zoning tools are focused more on something like an overlay zone or an incentive zoning structure. In Montgomery County, they have an incentive zoning structure, for example. But really, I think we'd be seeking to do something that is different from the FDP format. Okay, sorry, just still going through the questions. Okay, just notes about asking us to keep in mind that there will be more traffic from the new plan. Keep in mind that there will be more traffic. Okay, so that's a comment pertaining to the Long Reach Village Center. Okay, next question, Grace. Will any of the innovation district plan be proposed to county council? If yes, and when? So I'm going to use that currently as a segue into the next step slide, because I said it about 10 of. I would pause from questions just to make sure I get to the next steps for anybody that has to leave at 4. So we're having these 2 meetings, January 21st and January 22nd. There is a comment form online in which all of you are please invited to give us feedback on what you heard today. Please give us your feedback by February 2nd. We are going to be holding a workshop with the planning board in which we will be sharing this preferred plan with them, just to start to bring them into the conversations. Because eventually then we will be releasing a public draft in the spring. in which the public will have the opportunity to give feedback on that draft, in addition to the planning board. And then we will prepare a final draft that we will take through the council adoption process, and that will be in late spring, early summer. So yes, this master plan does have to get adopted by council. And again, we're looking to do that in early summer. Okay, back to the questions. All right. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yes, please put that QR code up. For those of you who want to do your homework right away and right now, we put a QR code on the screen that I'm pretty sure you can scan with your phone if you wanted to start to give feedback now. You can also go to our website, the Gateway website, where there's a link to the survey. And we'll send out a constant contact message to everyone who attended our meetings with a link to the survey. Okay, so Ryan. Okay, can you speak to this? Thank you. For affordable housing, can you speak to why you chose 15%? You see a lot of apartment buildings close to 20% MIHU in the area. So that was based on some conversations we had with our Department of Housing and Community Development. So I believe that generally speaking, 15% is what's required in our regulations, our zoning regulations. I'm not sure about the 20% requirement, to be quite honest, but I think we'd be looking to be consistent with what we currently require in our zoning regulations. So if there are 20%, we'll look into that. Okay. Matt, you had a question. Is it safe to assume that the entity to lead the charge for this development will include representatives for the public, local government, and landowners? Well, there will certainly need to be a champion that will be a part of this redevelopment effort. I do imagine it would have to be a type of public-private cooperation, because all of this land is owned, of course, by private entities. So I imagine it would certainly be a collaborative effort. Mm-hmm. Ryan, you also then said, thank you for the hard work. Gateway looks amazing. Thank you. And then, let's see. Okay, so Colin, you have a very specific question. I might gonna, Suzette heads up, I might defer to you, but is the idea that the current lots that are currently owned along the Wooner, would they keep their same shape, size, and owners, or will new lots be created for new development?
So those lots are privately held. So other than we're looking at mechanisms of how the land for the RUNF can be acquired or donated, or through the redevelopment process, the RUNF itself can be created and etched out of the properties. But other than that, no, we're not seeing major changes to those proposed property lines to the owners there. Just kind of the addition around the edges, like the RUNF we put split halfway between the property, along the property line. So it's kind of halfway on the properties of either side. It's kind of where their setbacks are now, actually. Yeah. So no, not a big reconfiguration of property lines. If there's consolidations or changes, those would be private acts. I don't know if that's a good answer, Mary. Maybe you can help me.
Yeah, I think just a lot of it is back to that, open space public infrastructure plan. So the WNRF right now, and its location, I mean, generally speaking, we want it to be centrally located to connect a multitude of properties, so that all of those properties can benefit from accessing and being connected to that public amenity. We think all of that will help support and facilitate and enable the redevelopment. But as Suzette said, exactly, if any of those lot shapes change or new ones are created, that would be a private matter, a private decision, so long as it complies with our zoning regulations. There's one question from Sharon I wanted to answer about, will there be any loss of mature trees? If so, how many acres will be cleared? Again, that is, so we do have, for any properties that may be forested, we do have forest conservation regulations in place. So any development that may occur on those forested lots would still have to comply with their forest conservation regulations. And all of that is determined on a site-by-site basis. And I think I'd love to just end on the positive note from Colin. I love how the plan is developing. Good work, team. So I think we've got about 2 minutes left. Does anybody else have their hands up, Kristen? Okay.
There's nobody with their hand up. However, if anybody would like to raise their hand, please do so.
Positive comments only. I want to go on a good note.
You can always hope.
Thank you. We got a hand clap.
Right. I don't see any.
Okay.
Wait. Stop. Hold on a minute. It was a up and then it was a down. So maybe okay. I literally don't see any.
Okay. Well, we thank everyone for all of your input, your feedback. We look forward to getting your comments in our online comment form. And thank you all for hanging in there with us. I know we gave you a lot of information today, but based on the detailed questions, it's clear that you were, I think, listening the entire time. So thank you all so much for your attention and following along the process and participating in the process. We appreciate it. And again, if we didn't answer a question, please feel free to email us at the Gateway email address. All right. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye.
The 4+ year hold process. But right now, if we sold it now and we could, it would just look like it was selling as a bulk parcel of 4 acres. But everything's done and ready, and we're just waiting for APFO. But there aren't very many buyers anymore that are willing to wait. They want to know that they can go right away. So if we were to try to sell that parcel now, that bulk parcel, we would take such a huge haircut on it, and we would basically lose money on a project. So,
and it's really hard to find people to do small projects. You know, most of the builders want big pieces of land. To find somebody who's going to do a small parcel with just a few houses on it is it's a boutique area of building, you know.
It really is. It's gotten harder too. But we sold two building lots to Williamsburg Homes, who used to be a huge builder in Howard County back in the Chip Lundy days, but they basically vacated Howard County because they couldn't find anything, worth starting from scratch. They really don't want to be, design engineer, basically. So they waited until everything was done and platted and ready to go. So they will have bought those lots, and in less than a year, they'll be out. They're advertising now for those 2 small building lots in Ellicott City. But it is a very niche market now. Dorsey Homes that used to do a lot of work, but they're not doing anything anymore. And Williamsburg is rare in Howard County anymore. Patriot's not even in existence, I don't think, anymore.
Yeah, well, after 2007, 2008, the bust, so many of the small local builders just died. Even some of the big builders had to merge just to stay alive.
Yeah.
So it's a changed landscape. There's not nearly as many smaller mom and pop builders as there used to be. You know, they've all kind of amalgamated and some have just fallen off the face of the earth.
Yep. Yep. Lisa, are you there? Are you going to do our emceeing tonight, so to speak?
So to speak. Actually, Carl De Lorenzo is gonna be in charge tonight.
Okay.
But you do have a quorum logged in, just so you know, and Carl is logged in now.
Do you know, you have the list? Do you know, is everybody that said they were going to come, are they here?
Yes, sir. They're all logged in.
All right. Well, if our recording is ready to go, I'll go ahead and call us to order. Is Paul producing, or who's our producer tonight?
Yep, recording's up. You're ready.
All right, terrific. Welcome everybody to the 10th meeting already of the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance Task Force, January 22nd. And I'd like to call the meeting to order. We do have a quorum, so first order of business is to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting. And do I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second?
I'll second.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Bye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Second motion will be to approve the minutes of the last meeting. That was the WebEx virtual meeting number 9. We'll be approving the minutes of that January 8th, 2025 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
And a second.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, so that passes. We'll move right in. Holly Sun is joining us tonight, which is just a great opportunity for our committee to get a nice overview of county finances. She's the county budget director, runs the APFO committee, and has been doing this for what, Holly? I'm sorry. No, I know. I'm always confused going back and forth. Runs the spending affordability committee, and I think for 9 or 10 years, right? Great. So we'll turn it over to Holly. We'll take questions as we go. She has a hard stop at 7. So I'll be keeping an eye on the clock, but don't hesitate to ask questions if anything comes up as she goes. So Holly, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Holly Sun, Budget Director for Howard County. Let me put on the screen a PowerPoint. I was asked to provide a general overview for the county's budget with a little bit more focus on capital budget. So this is where I have, can everybody see it?
Yes.
Okay, good, because I cannot see people's faces there. I'll just start on that. Feel free to stop me in the middle if you have any questions there. So I will start with some scratch. So for some of you, maybe it's pretty basic knowledge, just for sake of everyone and for the audience there, I will go a little more starting from the basics there. So starting about budgeting, I have been doing that for more than 2 decades. So what is this about? It's really at the center of that is how to allocate scarce resources based on projected revenues there. So if you look at the picture on the very right corner there, that's coins falling from sky. In reality, that never happens. Every single year, we see lots of needs, much more than projected resources. So requires a lot of collaboration, try to prioritize, try to be strategic to make things work. Even as local government, we have to balance revenue expenditure. We cannot develop unbalanced budget. So the county's budget have really 2 sets of budget. The first one is operating budget and primarily general fund. That's $1.66 billion for FY25. That's mostly taxes and fees I'm going to talk about in a minute. That's used to support daily operations throughout the county governments and also education entities there. That's also used to pay debt service. There's also some restricted funds for special purpose there, cannot be used for other services there. There's also a capital budget, sometimes called CIP, Capital Improvement Program. That's for public infrastructure projects there, again, for both county and education entities there. And the biggest source of revenue is really public financing through general obligation bonds. Sometimes we call it GO bonds. So once we issue that bonds, we have 20 years to pay back principal and interest, just kind of like a mortgage. And those annual payments get included in the annual operating budget. So that was just a general concept on that. So in terms of general fund expenditure structure, here's the allocation by major sectors in operating budget. The navy color bar represent the county spending from its operating budget every year for school system, community college, and libraries. As you can see, that's represent close to 2/3 of overall general fund budget. That's about 5 times the second bar, which is the blue safety represented in those kind of reddish color bar, and then obvious more than public facilities, community services, etc. Now, one thing to note is that most of the county funding to education entities are direct appropriation to them, but on top of that, there are also other spending in county's own non-departmental, typically that's debt service payment for public infrastructure of education entities, and also some contribution for retiree health benefits that's counted separately. Now, in recent years, the county government really has been trying what we can to enhance investment in the school operating budget. The bar chart on the top represents the annual increase of county direct funding appropriation to the school system there. And for many years, as you can see, it's somewhere between 10 to 15 million increase per year. But the last 3 years, that's have been increased to 40 to more than 45 million per year, which is really big undertake. And that's actually happened in a time that actually student enrollment has been dropping rather than increased during the pandemic. The table below it, you can see that in the last 5 years, the student enrollment has been actually dropped. It hasn't even come back to pre-pandemic level for all kinds of reasons. It's not only in the county, but also in other school districts. That's what we heard there. So as a result, the county funding still have increasing dramatically. So per student, county funding in the last 5 years has increased by 26%. And once combined with state funding, overall school general fund spending per student has increased by 29.5%, almost 30% in the last 5 years. So the county's general fund revenue primarily come from 2 resources. One is property tax, the other is income taxes. I think everybody's familiar because we all pay that. That's more than 90% of the general fund revenue. We do have a little bit fees, charges, etc., but that's a relatively small proportion. So the good news is the property tax has been relatively strong in recent years. Historically, it maintained pretty moderate growth there. The 15-year average is a little more than 2% a year. The last couple of years has been more than 4%, thanks to the housing appreciation until the most recent cooling down there. And as you all know that probably 1/3 of the county, every county's real property get reassessed by the state, and the growth get phased in over 3 years. So for FY25, it's area 3 was the one get reassessed, and for the new year, area 1 is just to get reassessed by the state. And one thing to keep in mind, the county's real property tax rate, once you combine general county rate and the fire tax rate, is about 1.25%. That's the second highest in Maryland County, just after Baltimore City. So what are some of the things impacting property taxes there? We just mentioned the triennial assessment. That actually helps kind of smoothing the increase for our taxpayers there. But one thing to keep in mind, even the market has been strong, the tax revenue not necessarily reflected that immediately. Part of the reason is there's a homestead tax credit, which capped taxable growth of owner-occupied property at only 5% growth per year for county property tax basis there. So for example, if your house get reassessed this year, say it's 30% increase, that means the state say instead of 30%, they are facing 10, 10, 10 in next 3 years. But for county's tax purpose there, the highest percentage we can get is 5% for owner occupied property only. The other thing is that the county does have all kinds of tax credit. One of them is agent in place. And in recent years, legislation was passed to really making more generous tax credit for our senior residents there. As a result, that actually have been involving multi-million increase of tax credit. So which is more foregone revenue that's net to the overall revenue growth from property taxes there. The commercial real property tax, that's represent about 25% of total. That actually has been lagging. On average, it's probably 2 point some percentage growth a year, and that does impact the overall tax part. There's also so-called personal property tax, which is really not personal property, it's really business property. That's like equipment. That has been decreasing and also anticipate have very, very little change in next couple of years, according to the state. And they're looking forward, there's some uncertainties. We all know the housing market has not been great because of very high mortgage rates and also the affordability issue there. But also we have been seeing some weakening continuously for certain commercial base like retail and also the office building, and some of them are not renew the leases after the existing lease expires, which can be a continued concern when it comes about future property value. And also new construction has slowed down dramatically. And this is one chart I got from our EDA and the commercial. The first one is office building. You can see that last 2 years, 2023, 2024, between 12% to 13%. That's actually higher than historical level and continue to shoot up on that. Then on the building permits there, last 3 years are really the lowest we experienced the last 20 years there. And building permits, as you are aware of, kind of foretells the new constructions in foreseeable future on that. So new construction, transfer to new houses there, transfer to new residents that can pay income tax, and the new properties that can pay property tax, group surcharge, transfer accreditation tax, permit fees, all those other things. So it does has some implications for future potential growth for not only property tax, but a lot of other resources attached to that. One thing to, okay, did I just skip a few of them? Yeah. 9, 10. Okay. So personal income tax, that's the second largest tax of the county or revenue for the county. This one has been growing at very volatile pace. It's because of the challenge of reconcile between years on that. The underlying personal income over time has been hovering between 3 to 4.5. So in general, it really doesn't change too much from year to year, but the actual distribution has been dramatically different. Pre-pandemic, the average is about 3.4% growth per year. During the pandemic, surprisingly, it has been 8.4%, very, very high. A lot of this really driven by some temporary one-time factors like federal stimulus is a big bump to that, and capital gains for a while was very strong, and that was part of the reason, and inflation kicking sometimes transfer into wage growth. So a lot of this are not sustainable or not likely to maintain either in the base or maintain that level of growth on that. And actually we have been seeing the first phase of correction starting FY24, which we experienced a negative 6% growth in personal income, which we lose the $40 million from prior year. So this one continued to be concern for forecasting, is pretty big challenging. We do realize the employment of the county is still below pre-pandemic level, and in talking with economists and also state official, they are looking at continued really slow job growth both in Maryland and in the county on that there. And also, obviously, everybody have been concerned about what is going to happen, but nobody really knows about potential federal actions regarding whether some contractors, which is more concentrated in DC, Maryland area, Northern Virginia area, and also employees directly hired by federal government. So it's very difficult to know what's going to happen, but that's another risk there. And obviously, there are some long-term demographic change. Again, I'll talk in 1 minute. For example, the population growth has slowed down dramatically, which does have slower growth for demands for services there, but also means income tax associated with are slowing down likely dramatically going forward on that there. And our income tax, by the way, is also the highest. It's at the highest in the state, allowed by the state law. Other key revenues here in the general fund, there are some recordation tax related to that, and building permits and other development related charges there. Most of this experienced double-digit decrease 2 years in a row. We're hoping that things start to get settled and start to see some recovery, but we did suffer a lot of impact from the market. And here's a home sales history we got from Realtors Association last year, and the blue colored line was showing the home sales units sold in the county. You can see that it does drop significantly, double digit every year. And as we just mentioned, that impact a lot of taxes listed there. And transfer tax is not operating budget, it's in capital, but that was designated to different capital project, including school projects there, which does has impact on infrastructure in terms of capacity available to support those projects there. So what we have been seeing is that demands from everybody continue to exceed resource capacity. Historically, county general fund before pandemic has been on average about 3.5, 3.7% growth. During the pandemic, there's a few years much higher than that, but then that's fall back to more normalization in that process. So in foreseeable future, it's more likely to get closer to the historical level. So some of the very strong growth may not get repeated after a year. So the demands, however, continue to be very high from everybody. Again, we don't have updated projections yet. This is from last year. But at that point, the request we received from everybody, including both education entities and the county agencies, outpace projected resources significantly. The gap is projected at between 86 to almost 400 million a year in the next 6 years for the operating budget before any actions to close the gap. Obviously, in reality, we work with everybody, do all kinds of dialogue and exercise, try to make things work on that. But having said that, the challenge is real and it continues when we talk about operating budget. Capital budget is not necessarily a easier undertake because there's a lot of infrastructure needs from the county as well. We just, as of last week, the request from everybody, from different project managers, from different entities is for about $112 million in FY26 for general obligation bond supported projects, and future years is on average about $147 million. And in recent several years, approved GEO debt for years has been 72 to 75 million. Last year was just a bump to 89 million. Even we use the higher end as a potential assumption, the projected gap is 55 to 60 million per year on average, which is huge. It's almost the majority of the overall GEO bonds. The gap itself on that, again, will require a lot of a difficult exercise with all the stakeholders there. The county also has limited resources there. And after it already tried different ways, including increasing transfer tax school surcharge a few years ago. The needs on the public infrastructure are big, and we received all kinds of requests through town hall meetings, through the budget hearing, and then letters from all the key stakeholders on that, elected officials there, association from different communities there. They really cover everything. And one thing really have been caught our attention in the last couple of years is about the aging infrastructure across the county that really needs huge investment. A few decades ago, the county was in high speed of development. It's a lot of population growth, new development at that point, and the county built a lot of public infrastructure at that point. Now, many of them are at the time that will need significant renovation or even replacement. So it's coming everywhere, and it's a huge needs there. So we are still struggling, try to keep up with that needs in different ends there. And at the same time, our financial capacity is mitigated by some big project initiative, and also we have to be mindful about overall tax burden and debt burden. So talk about big project, obvious people are all aware of the Elk City Safe and Sound. That project, as of FY27, has received total appropriation of more than $270 million. Obviously, that was a significant investment. About 1/4 that come from the state and federal grants, which is free money, but the rest of them is really the county has to use all kinds of financing. We have been really creative, tried to ask for and successfully received the low interest loans, which is even better term than the geo obligation bonds, which help mitigate some of the costs, but nevertheless, it's really, really significant investment. And obviously it's necessitated by the two flash floods in 2016 and 2018. As a result, the government, after hearing multiple hearings here, and decided to start and continue this big project. At this time, the good news is that most of the funding already secured, appropriated for some of the key elements, including North Tunnel. So they are progressing well. In the future, we'll try to mostly focus on applying for grants because it's just too big. It's very difficult for us to put money on that continuously. But again, this is a project probably almost beyond the scope for a county of our size, but I don't think we have a choice. It already happened. It was decided. It's significant investment. It continues to take the capacity or impact today's capacity left there. But that's one thing that we just have to keep in mind when we talk about the overall capital budget. There are just examples of other needs. For example, stormwater infrastructure. These are our needs everywhere. And then one example is the pond repairs there. The county has a lot of stormwater ponds there, and they are rated at different level of needs. The ones rated at 4 mean these are in critical conditions. They actually need about $133 million in current dollars there before inflation. So according to the managers there, even if we say take 10 years to address those critical rated ponds, we will need about $14 million each year. And on top of that, there are some other needs in order to address to meet the state mandate for NPDES permits of that there. Another example is on road resurfacing. The county maintains more than 1,000 miles of roads there. And despite the fact in recent years, we try to invest more on the road resurfacing for the maintenance there, the backlog actually continued to increase. It actually exceeded 100 miles last year. And again, the managers estimate need about 19 million a year just to avoid this backlog keep going. I'm not even sure we'll be able to support that each year. We again do our best, but we're not there yet there. And it's the longer you wait for making those treatments, the more costly it will likely be. Here's a comparison. If you rebuild a certain square footage, that's like 4 to 5 times the cost that you do a quick resurfacing if we get funding invested in the first place. And water sewer, obviously, that's another huge investment. The county has a lot of pipes, and also we have a big water reclamation plants there that's built decades ago. That's also need a lot of repair renovation. So overall, the county has many maintenance needs due to its aging infrastructure. Some of this is related to the demographic trends we mentioned earlier. To the left is the county's population growth there. The bar represents each decade the growth. You can see like 70s, 80s, 90s, there was huge growth, and they started to slow down a little bit to about 1.5, 1.6% growth a year. Now, more recently, it's below 1%. On average, currently, is about 0.8% growth, and going forward, it will be a half percentage point. So things started to slow down, but what's built decades ago are at the time that we have to address those maintenance needs. That's why we feel the stress everywhere from the county for the public facilities in terms of maintenance and renovations there. The other things is if you look at the population by age, these different color bars to the right represent different age groups. The one probably immediate caught your attention is the orange color part, that's 65 plus. Look at how that increased significantly. It already happened last 5-10 years, very significant growth, and going forward, it will be doubling in 2 decades, within two decades, and represent a huge percentage of overall population. It's great that people are aging in place and longevity. Everything's great, but they also have implication on the revenue and expenditure side, because for people retired with fixed income, that's usually at the lower level than when you are wage owners and when you're in the workforce on that. They're at the same time, there are probably more service related to senior related stuff on that there, or different type of services there. The other trend worth noting is the one like reddish colored group. That's the 5 to 19 years old population, not exactly student, but it's kind of like a proxy. You can see that for years it has been growing, but starting from 2020, it has been dropping. We know what happened during the pandemic, but even going forward is looking at a decreasing trend over time. I actually asked the DPC the other day, of planning and zoning there, and the guess is probably birth rate has been dropping, plus the overall new development are slowing down. So we have less population growth and moving, and overall immigration in and out of the county has been a net loss. So all those different reasons combined, the student yield seems to have been dropping and continues in the next few decades there. That does has implication on both service needs and also the overall big picture on that. Then the housing.
Holly,
Yeah, go ahead.
if you could just back up real quick. I want to try to tie together your population chart with kind of what our task is, which is adequate public facilities and housing. So we have roughly 120,000 housing units in the county right now. If the county is growing at 1.5% per year, unless we're going to be putting more bodies in each unit, our housing needs to grow by about 1.5% a year as well, which would be roughly 1,800 units a year to support 1.5% population growth per year. So, going back to what's been happening with housing over the last 3 or 4 years, and the number of new residential permits dropping down into the 700s and 800s, and looking even sketchier going forward, since our pre-submission meeting, unit count for 2024 was only literally 100 units. Obviously, that's going to put a lot of pressure on inabilities to supply housing to the population that wants to grow in Howard County.
Yeah, that's a really good point. One thing is, I don't know whether the group has already heard from either Jeff or others regarding HOCO by design, the fiscal impact. Has Apple committee heard about that?
We've had a couple briefings on housing growth and HOCO by design. I mean, HOCO by design is really kind of our guiding light on this. We're here to support the decisions and the policies that are being pursued and laid out in HOCO by design. So
so one thing I want to kind of talk about that, because that's related to that. If Jeff already presented to this group, then I don't need to go to too much details, but he probably already showed that in Howard County, the projection model was showing that new development generate net benefits or net revenues to the county government, and we're not alone. Part of the reason is that in Howard County, or maybe in Maryland, I should say, in Maryland, a lot of the local revenue or critical local revenues are directly related or tied to those new development, which is not always true in some other parts of the nation. Is like because property tax, obviously, that's one of our biggest taxes there. That directly tied to property assessment value. So that's directly. Income tax, people living in the house, more people living in the house, there will be more income tax. So that's directly related. And also there are some one-time money like new development, and then you have this school surcharge, which actually is one of the important designated revenue to support school capital projects on it. And when the home gets sold there, that's also have the transfer appropriation tax there that's either supporting operating budget or supporting capital budgets on that there. And then obviously permits and other things there. So it's very heavily related to the properties there. There's some other places there, maybe they're taxing like tourism, hotel, motel, other. We do have that tax as well, but that's a relatively small portion of the overall picture. So as a result, in Howard County, any new development, it generates more revenues than service costs there, even after factoring the debt service for public infrastructure. That's according to the model that done together by DPZ and also consultants. That's a couple of years ago when they was doing the HOCO by design, but that's actually not unique. A lot of other places have that conclusion as well. That's why new development does has connection related to revenues that will be needed in future to support future services there and future infrastructure. Now the housing is another interesting factor there. The county's permits types or the new building has been changing through time. Like 20 years ago, it's dominantly single family, which is about 42% of total to the left. That's the navy color portion. Now going forward, that's actually about now it's already about 30% going forward. That will continue that trend. So what's happened is that the multifamily has been taking on a bigger share in response to the market needs, but on the other hand, that type of house usually have less property value and income levels usually is different. So that has implication on the revenue side as well. And the county is also gradually built out, so we have much less land left for future development. Last time we heard is only 6.6%. Again, HOCO by design and also implementation successfully. If there's a code change or other things redevelopment get implemented, hopefully can sustain some growth over the next 2 decades at least. But for now, we're looking at very limited development there. Again, that's going to really constrain how much future new revenue we could expect from those new development there. On the capital side there, we already mentioned that the general obligation bond is the most important resources for financing capital projects on that. That is represented by this blue bar here for the last decade there. For a time, it was actually $90 to $95 million, but then for the last 4 years has been kept under 75 million. That's partly because there's other forms of sizable debt incurred in that period of time. Obviously, Courthouse is a big one. It's really beautifully delivered the project through P3, public-private partnership, but nevertheless, it's a really big project and takes on a lot of debt, no matter it's called debt or called a service annual payment to the vendors there, whatever the name. It was a big obligation already incurred. We're paying those now. And Alex City, as we mentioned earlier, that's also another big undertake that does take a lot of new debt in different forms on that. So as a result, we have been feeling a little bit alarming for the debt burden indicators there. This is a debt indicator showing annual debt service payment as a percentage of the county's revenues there. The county has a policy ceiling of 10%, but during FY 2021, we actually exceeded that ceiling for all the reasons we just talked about. So after that, we have to take back some of the overall GO bonds authorized each year, try to stay close or under that. We finally achieved that, but if you can look at that, the future years projection is still very close to that line. We try to keep that level from going up further for a couple reasons. One is we are a AAA rated county from credit rating agency. That's very high rating, secure relatively low interest rates compared to other municipalities, which transfer to savings for interest payment. The other factor very important is that a higher share of the budget, if you started to put it into the debt service, essentially like a mortgage payment, than what's available from every year's budget for all other service, no matter it's public safety, public facilities, education, everything else there, you have a less share. So that's like you have to balance everything together. That's another reason we have to manage debt rather than just say, oh, bump up geo, why don't we issue more debt? The other thing is that the more debt you issue, you are putting the long-term liability of the county, bump up that is going to constrain future decisions on new capital project at that point. So that also has to be mindful. Again, we cannot just only focus on today. We have to secure the long-term sustainability of the county for future years as well there. And capital budget also has some impact or connection with operating budget. Not only we pay debt service, sometimes we do transfer of pay-go for that, but also for any new facilities or expanded facilities, there often needs for new staffing or additional FTEs there, and also funding needed for operating maintenance, utilities, all those different things there. So one example is we have East Columbia 50+ Center open, which is really great thing there. We does receive the request from agency for about $600,000 for new staffing and operating maintenance per year. And even today, I think that's not operated through over the weekend, etc., because we haven't been able to fully support those needs from agencies as they're on the operating side there. So even the facilities is ready, we don't always be able to keep up with the operating needs there. So that's another thing to keep in mind, because a lot of the capital decisions or infrastructure decisions there is connected to the operating budget decisions as well. About school capital project, again, obviously that was one of the priorities there. Overall funding to the school capital budget has been increasing over the last decades, although you see a little bit of volatility there. Again, the proportion between local and state funding has been shifting over the time there for all kinds of reasons, because the project's not neatly aligned with that there, depending on which project is ready and which one is eligible that year, and also depending on availability of funding from both sides there. But overall average local funding support about 2/3-ish on that. State funding has been very volatile. Last couple of years, the good news, it has seen some bump. That's partly benefit from a one-time view to learn funding from the states, kind of related to Blueprint, try to enhance some investment to local school district there, which is really good. I think that still has about $75 million left for Howard County that to be spent over the next 31 by FY 2031. So that's why you see some of the bump from the state funding for our school capital project, which is really good. But on the other hand, there, in terms of more ongoing, it's not really, that may not be the best way, just like IAC allocated the typical funding there, that part, not only there's an overall constraint, but also throughout the last decade, the state has been adjusting their participation rate. It used to be for any eligible project or eligible cost there, they used to fund 61% of those, but those has been dropping to now only 51% in 2016. In other words, if for the same project or same cost there, many years ago, they will need less local match. Today, you will need much more local match for the same level of state funding. So in other words, they cannot shrink their portion for those eligible costs on that there. The other thing is it's very complex, but school project costs have all kinds of components. There are certain either project or project components not really eligible according to the state standards. So as a result, there are certain parts of the cost is 100% on the county.
So
Yeah.
So just for argument's sake, if there's $100 million project for eligible school project, $100 million, the state used to pay 61 million of that 100, and now they're paying 51.
Yes, if for the eligible
Yep.
part, like
Yep.
if assuming everything is eligible, and if assuming that's $100 million, that was what's happening. So in other words, they dropped their part, the county increased our part for the same total project for the eligible costs, basically. Yeah.
And given the state's fiscal position, is there fear that's going to continue to decline?
I think that's one of the concerns there, because the state has acknowledged that they haven't been keeping up with the needed investment for school district across Maryland. I don't know, the committee probably already heard someone from IIC that was there, and they acknowledged that they haven't been investing enough on that there to keep up with the needs on that, but also that that total pie for the counties in general, for all school districts in general, is not seems likely to increase much. It's probably, at least last time when we heard from a speaker from ISA was saying that's probably likely stay in that range, and there's not going to be significantly changed or likely to increase dramatically. And also with, as you mentioned, Todd, the state is actually struggling with its own significant funding gap, and there are all kinds of possibilities, and some of the we're still trying to sorting through, and it may or may not get materialized this year, but going forward, that would be continue to be a concern, not only FY26, but also going forward, how much the state is willing to chip in for those infrastructure or even services.
And do we then, as a county, as Howard County, end up having to compete with the other jurisdictions in the state for our share of the state funding?
Yeah, that actually continues there. It's also maybe not fair is not the right word to say, is the state has its own rating system based on a lot of things there. The relatively condition of facility of our school district or all school district in Maryland, and also student enrollment, all those. Unfortunately, it generally doesn't play to our favor. I mean, we also have probably significant deferred maintenance in our school system, but compared to many other school districts in the state didn't put us on the front. Actually, they put us on, well, relatively lower in their priority list. So that does put us in a difficult spot on that until when they allocate when they distribute the limited resource to begin with, their overall resources kind of limit for all school districts. But when they try to rate and prioritize, it's a little difficult because they kind of put us not in their higher share or comparable with many other districts there. That's also make it a concern for us.
Holly, can I ask, is there a graphic somewhere that shows which counties get what percentage from the state? Is that discoverable?
That I don't have it. I don't know whether our school I don't know. Oh, Dan said,
I
okay,
don't think
you
it's
might
a
have that.
graphic,
Mhm.
but each year on the IAC's website, they do the CIP publication, and they do indicate in that publication what the anticipated allocation for that next coming fiscal year is, and they do list each of the individual LEAs.
Thank you.
And I'd like to add on what Dan said. He's definitely an expert on this. This is all about a wealth index. Our county has a wealthier population than most adjacent ones. So therefore, we get less as a percentage of state funding when it's available for particular projects. And just because of which our per pupil costs, because we're a relatively wealthy county, are going to be much higher than our adjacent neighbors. So when we see that kind of talking point, oh, we have the highest taxes in the state. Yeah, because we have the highest wealth index. They're combined, they're linked 1-to-1 and definitely affect each other. So an unfortunate byproduct of wealth in Howard County as we get less resources to handle things like capital and operating expenses. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to make sure I'm clear, Holly, because Brent just made a good point. If it's on, but I think Holly, you were talking about our tax rate,
Right.
not our tax collections, and I think
Right.
Brent,
Later,
you're talking about our tax
absolute dollar.
collections as opposed to our tax rate.
I think both, for both measured by both tax rate and absolute dollar value, we're really high up there because it's higher rate applied to a higher base. Higher base meaning like our property is higher value, income probably at a higher value, but also our rate is high. So both are high, so everything combined. Again, it's to everybody's point that we do have a high level of services there and quality service there, but also it is an expensive county to living, and more people are feeling the pressure because there are high earners, but a lot of people are not necessarily that wealthy, so they do feel the pressure from the daily operations as well as the mortgage payment and everything else on that. So it is ongoing and a problem, and as everybody mentioned, that as a result, unfortunately, we get punished when the state distribute their state aid, no matter it's operating or capital. We are the county receive one of the lowest, no matter how you measure the capital, operating, anything by education entities, by the county government. We just get relatively little help from the state as a result.
So, but Holly, Montgomery County has higher home prices and they have a higher income. So I imagine we're not above Montgomery County, aren't they? They're
The
income
median,
and above us.
median household income, we are above Montgomery County.
Okay, because when I go to the USDA website, because there are some loans, and if you go to the USDA website to be eligible for these loans, you have to be below 80% of the average gross income for that county, and Montgomery County's top gross is listed higher than ours, and I can tell you their housing sales prices are higher than ours too.
Yeah, I haven't checked on the prices. Housing price, they could be higher on that there. And also it's different. I think every county is different. I think that, again, it's an anecdotally, because I did talk with state controller's office when we talk about income tax. I think Howard County is less of a lot of like billionaires there, but we have a lot of high paid professionals there because they're very educated. So Montgomery County is a little different. I think they have some more wealthier people there. So it's the components, like the population is a little bit different. So the housing related to that might be different to a point. So it's a good discussion there. So I'll continue. So for the capital budget there, that was a state part. On the local side, in recent year, we have been trying to continue and increase investment to the county, to the school capital in general, and we try to diversify and use different resources because, as we mentioned, that GeoBond gets stressed for some years on that, and we try to diversify and use other resources to maintain and increase the investment for the school capital project. One of them is transfer tax, which was raised rate from 1% to 1.25% in fiscal year 21. So it does provide some help. You can see the following year it does, both 21, 22 does increase. However, then after that, the market has been really weakening significantly. So transfer tax plunged by almost 45% last 2 years together. So nearly half. So it does actually caught us off guard. It's related to the market, the price, mortgage we talk about, and regulatory change on new construction, everything combined there, we actually have been received much less funding. And that transfer tax was used by law supporting different components of the service there, that school projects, part of recreational parks, housing, etc. So there are different service or capital projects are kind of suffering some impact from that trend. The other part is school surcharge that has been in discussion also for a while. And years ago, the county council approved a significant school surcharge increase and using a phase-in schedule. So that over time, you can see the rate has been increased significantly there. However, the revenue, so the rate is actually is 6 times a few years ago, but the revenue really, new revenue only materialized about a half of the original projection. Again, because the market condition we just talked about, it does drop very significantly, especially the new constructions. It's really very, very low at this point, and then the permits continue to be low. And that actually has been cost of revenue to lag behind what we originally were thinking could get materialized. And there's also a little bit grandfathering and lower rates for some property in the original legislation, but primarily it's because the housing market and the permits performance there. And earlier we talked about tax rates. So for interested, just I list a few here for comparison. That's from 2024 survey by MACO. And our real property tax rate and income tax rate, you can see one is number 2 and the other is number 1. And then transfer tax and school surcharge, these are also on the high end. School surcharge is a little bit hard to compare because every county use a little bit difference there. If we just use 2,500 square footage unit on that, we are probably number 3 and number 4 on the list on that. But that's a little bit hard to tell because again, everybody uses different. Some use a tiered system. In general, the tax burden measured by both absolute dollar and tax rate, we are on the high end there. One thing that is that why don't we just, we are a wealthy county, why don't we just increase our tax? Then the issue is that number 1, it does has affordability issue. Not everybody is really, really that wealthy that can just easily take out additional tax burden. The second thing is government has to manage tax burden so we can try to retain and attract residents' business because they are the one who pay taxes for the governments there. So if people or business start to move, then we actually lose the revenue stream that would need it to support the service infrastructure. So everything is really connected. That's why we have to be mindful, have to balance everything together there. In recent years, as we just talked, we did made some efforts there. So the government has been able to fully fund the school's CIP request for 3 years in a row and support as committed there. And we also implement different measures like exploring low interest loans there, adjust the self-supporting resources there, try to ask for more grants, etc. there. But we still end up having to reduce non-school infrastructure requests from their original ask, typically by 30 to 50% every year, just to stay within the means there, because we also have to play stewardship. We cannot overspend what we have. So the budget development process, just the overall process, what's happening is that usually that around this time we are meeting as spending affordability to look at the revenue side. At the same time, we already collected most of the requests from both education entities and our own agencies on capital and operating budget. So as soon as we get some revenue and we look at the expenditure side and we try to see, usually there's a big gap between them, but we try to work with everyone and see how to find a way to balance it. And during the middle of that, the county executive already did one budget hearing and is going to do another one in March, and county council is going to do a few budget hearings as well. And then the proposed budget is delivered to the council in April, and then the council is going to adopt it by late May, and based on all the input gathered from the public and also the leaders there. That's a general process. And earlier Todd mentioned that there's a spending affordability advisory committee. This one is not unique. A lot of other county cities has that. It's established by the executive order. And what's happened is pull multiple people with diverse backgrounds. At this point, I believe it's 23 committee members, very big committee on that there with people from different expertise. The hope is that people set aside your political opinion or try to do nonpartisan data-driven analysis and then pull together recommendation of the county executive by March 1st, including like projected revenue, the debt authorization ceiling, multi-year projection, or anything else there deemed appropriate that can impact the county's long-term fiscal well-being. So I think that's pretty much all I have. So if anybody have questions here, I will stay for another 5 minutes, or later you can find me through Todd. All right, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Holly. Anybody else want to jump in and pick Holly's brain while she's still with us here?
I personally like to thank Holly. I've been tracking the spending affordability for years. They sometimes do not have a lot of love for APFO, but I do appreciate you recognize on the school surcharge front that it's one-time money, and that treating it as such and using it less to fund future years' bonds is much better. But we also need to reevaluate that regularly to make sure we get the right amount. Because like we said, with the wealth index, we are going to have the highest rates unless we are not the wealthiest county in Howard. But I do need to address one of the comments that we have a recurring theme here. Development pays for itself that we get in briefs, particularly from Mr. Brano, not so much from you, Ms. Sun. But there's always an asterisk at the bottom. And it says at current service levels. And at current service levels, even if we're paying $50 million toward capital expenses every year, we still have hundreds of trailers. We still have deferred maintenance. We still have capital needs that are not being met. And is there a service level from the finance side that we recommend, or do we adjust the service level to meet the financial collections going on? Which is the preferred method from the administration?
I think what, Brent, thank you for the comments, by the way, and for the feedbacks there. I think the whole by design, the modeling, financial impact modeling, that was, if I recall correctly, I think it's DPZ together with consultants. But in general, from economic viewpoint, because I did get involved in the early effort, not on this one, but something else on that. This is very typical because you have to, for long-term projection, you have to get certain set of assumptions on that there. And also you cannot predict future tax rate. You cannot predict future change of service there. You have to have certain things as the base and then tweak it if needed on that. So to that point, I think it's very valid and or typical to use a set of assumption and building for the next 20 years, because you really cannot chase all those flying pieces there. There are so many uncertainty. For example, if federal government cut it there, then our employment assumption may have to drop significantly, right? And then may stay in the base or it may bounce back. And if state change state aid, some of things will change as well as state change mandates. It's very difficult to make that projection. You have to have certain, let's assume no change of our tax structure. Let's assume no change of our service level, just based on existing there. Once you add a new units there, and that's associated services was building, associated revenue was building for the new one. But for all the existing one, assuming same level of service, the same level of tax structure, again, all these are subject to change. Brent, to your point on that, I don't know how you can build it in a strategic way to show, because there are so many possibilities there.
Understood. And if you look at Annapolis, there's multiple bills going on to change the tax structure. And ideally, our APFO is worded, mitigated, set where it is neutral to those changes. But as you know, there is some cause and effect in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Holly, thank you.
I would ask a quick question. I know she has to go, but I'm just looking at these various and sundry graphs, and we've got graphs of school population going up and school population going down, senior population going up. Like, is there a place where these things cross and in the budget and you start to flip the switch and go, you know what? We need to start spending more money on seniors and a smaller amount of the budget on schools and that sort of thing? I mean, is there any sort of graph that kind of shows what the tipping point is there? Have you looked at that?
That's really a good question. It's more like a long term, because at this point, the fiscal reality or service reality is that school has a lot of needs, so we try to do our best on that there. But to your point, a lot of other age group on that, especially seniors, have been expanding the needs on that, and we also have a very diversified population. So there are all kinds of other services there that are gradually increasing, and also all have different type of needs on that there. It's happening gradually on that. I don't think we have been doing a specific analysis of where is the tipping points on that, but we have been doing our best try to address all those priorities on that, but understanding underlying the drivers does shift, and over time it will result in some rebalancing one way or another to cope with the change the needs there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity. Yeah.
Thanks, Holly. That's done. We're going to move on to Mary Kendall from DPZ, and she's going to do a nice presentation for us. I guess revisiting the whole issue of what Chapter 10 looks like, which is kind of our guidelines for what we're supposed to be doing as a committee, but Chapter 10 of HOCO by Design. So you've got a little helper.
Yes, yes. He loves to help me with all of my public meetings.
It's all yours. Go right
Okay.
ahead. Thanks, Mary.
Great, thanks. I'm going to share my screen, and what I'm just going to do is pretty much I've put together a bit of a truncated version of the presentation that I shared with you back in December, just so we can kind of revisit that, and you have this guidance, direction, thought before you start to work on developing your recommendations. Let me just get a little setup here. All right. Okay, I'm sure everyone can see my screen. Great, thank you. Okay, thanks so much for the introduction. Again, I'm Mary Kendall with the Department of Planning and Zoning. And tonight I'm just gonna focus on the guidance in the general plan that is specific to the APFO Review Committee. So just as a reminder, HOCO by Design, that is our general plan. It provides direction for the county's growth, development, land use, and conservation over a 20-year period. We update this plan about once every 10 years. And this particular general plan is notable because it really strives to achieve numerous goals as we grow and develop in our future. We're trying to protect our natural environment. We want to strengthen our economic opportunity and continue to be a place that's attractive to employers, which, as you know, having housing opportunities for employees is a key component to attracting employers. In our general plan, we want to expand transportation options, especially in the area of multimodal transportation. The plan proposes to promote more diverse housing choices. How do we build more diverse housing beyond the typical townhome and single-family detached development? The plan is really strong in creating more affordable housing options. And of course, we want to prioritize community character. Think about, what do our communities look like? How do we respect community character as we grow and develop in the future? And overall, the plan really wants to balance growth and conservation. It includes goals for protecting some of our most significant environmental resources and supporting our climate action plan, but certainly looking for ways to promote redevelopment so that we can achieve our certain growth targets. So as a reminder, the major premise on which our general plan was built is that we have a limited undeveloped land or unpreserved land remaining in the county. It's about 2% of the county. Those undeveloped parcels are identified in orange on this map. They're spread widely throughout the county. They're generally small, on average, just a little more than 5 acres. And many of them are outside the planned service area where we don't have public water and sewer. Yet we recognize in the general plan that we have a great deal of demand for residential unemployment growth. That demand is strong. And over the 20-year period that this general plan looked at, in our future, there is demand for another 59,000 jobs and another 31,000 new homes. And that doesn't mean that our regulations will necessarily allow that, but that is just the demand that our economists found. And as you know, since we have limited land, right, for new housing, but yet we have this high demand for housing supply and job growth, this imbalance between supply and demand will exacerbate housing unaffordability. So the general plan does try to help identify where we will accommodate growth while we try to preserve our community character and conserve our natural resources. So this future land use map is one tool in addition to numerous other policies that we have in the plan that helps inform our future growth strategy and what growth will look like. And here we've got 18 different character areas that are all intended to inform how an area might look and feel in the future. But I want to bring your attention to these things, these places that we call activity centers. So these are the places where we plan to accommodate future employment and residential growth through compact mixed-use redevelopment. And we've got what I like to say a few different flavors of activity centers throughout the county. And they all are in the plan service area. And one of our biggest activity centers right here is Gateway. We call that a regional activity center. That's the biggest opportunity for future growth and development. And currently that is an office industrial park. And then we have downtown Columbia, which is an activity center that's already in the process of developing. And that is guided by its own master plan and has its own has its own column in the housing allocation chart and its own set of APFO standards as it pertains to road development. And then we have these transit activity centers, so places where we're planning for compact mixed-use redevelopment, or it's already underway, that are close to MARC stations, the Dorsey MARC. And then down here you have the, I'm going to blank on the name of these MARC stations, but you have the MARC down here by Paddock Point and then the MARC over here. So the idea is that do communities, and the big question is, do the communities that are within a certain radius of a MARC station need to adhere to the same APFO standards that all other types of development do? And then we have a couple of other types of activity centers called industrial mixed use activity centers. So most of these are adjacent here to these transit oriented development areas. And then there's one adjacent to Gateway. And the idea is that these places will certainly still allow residential uses, but they should be allowing light industrial uses to occur in some of these places. Think maker spaces, bakeries, small industrial kitchens, places that offer kind of a live-work opportunity. And then all of our village centers, they are considered activity centers as well, but they're not all expected to redevelopment in the next 20 years, as some of them are economically vibrant and may not need to allow additional uses. But some of them could be redeveloped similar to what occurred with Wild Lake. And the next village center on the horizon that could redevelop would be Long Reach. So then we also have some areas that are just called good old-fashioned mixed-use activity centers. So that's 2 along Route 100 and 3 along the Route 40 area. So these are just places that are intended to allow a typical mix of uses, both non-residential and residential mixes, and they all should support multiple modes of transportation. So again, this is just trying to provide a little bit more visual for what these activity centers might look and feel like. As you can see, they are envisioned to be compact, they're envisioned to be walkable, they're envisioned to be redeveloped with a mix of uses, including residential. And they're envisioned to offer diverse housing types. Of course, likely more dense housing types, but diverse, such as multifamily, townhomes, maybe stacked townhomes, or certain missing middle housing types. And specific to schools, one thing that our general plan does talk about, that as we do redevelop these activity centers, we do need to ensure that the development of activity centers includes a review of school capacity needs and opportunities to address those needs within an activity center, and that we should continue our regular coordination with the Howard County Public School System capital planning efforts to address those needs. So I talk a lot about this missing middle housing, which is a policy goal in the general plan. So missing middle housing, the idea is that it won't just be denser housing types within activity centers, but there could be opportunities for these housing types throughout the county. Missing middle homes are small to medium-sized homes that generally offer a variety of price points. Oftentimes you'll have 2 or more units on one lot. They may offer a condominium type of ownership, home ownership. They may offer rental opportunities, but the building footprints vary. But the idea is that the building footprint would be akin to the community character in which these missing middle housing types would be located. They could be duplexes, triplexes, multiplexes, cottage courts, etc. But the thing that we've been looking at, and one thing for you to think about, is these housing types oftentimes will have fewer bedrooms within one particular unit. So the question is what will student yields look like by housing types? Those student yields could be different for those that live here, and also transportation needs could be different. So now digging in on chapter 10. So how does that policy direction apply to the guidance given to the APFO review committee? So as you know, this is the housing allocation chart that is in HOCO by design. The housing allocation chart's purpose is to pace new housing growth by one of these by these character areas, which are geographically shown on the future land use map and the APFO map, which is on the next slide. And as you can see, we have columns for downtown Columbia, for all activity centers. And again, activity centers is where we expect to see the highest number of units, or at least the greatest opportunity for new units to be built. And also one thing I want to point out with regards to Gateway, I mentioned earlier that Gateway is one of our activity centers. However, the general plan does say that as we are going through a Gateway master planning process right now, through that process, we will determine what those growth projections will be and how that will be allocated on the housing allocation chart. So that master planning process is underway, not yet included here, but through the master planning process will be. So then, in addition to activity centers, we have growth targets within other character areas. So that's everything that's not downtown Columbia, not activity centers, or outside the planned service area, the rural west. So then the rural west is its own category. And as you've heard about, there is this additional bonus column or a set aside column called affordable housing. So this isn't necessarily geographically based. It really is meant to be an incentive to build more affordable and accessible housing up to 340 units a year. So as you
Mary,
know,
can I ask you a question?
When
you say gateway, do you mean that this chart that you're showing us at some point is going to have an additional column just for gateway? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's the idea. Yes. Yeah. Just like
Mary,
downtown Columbia.
I'm sorry. I'll let you finish that first. And I know I interrupted you, Laura, if you have a follow-up there. No. What's for the purposes of this chart, what's the definition of affordable housing? Is it low-income housing tax credits? Is it moderate income housing units? What's the definition? And the whole definition of what's missing middle, what exactly does that mean from a zoning perspective?
So to answer your first question about the definition of affordable housing, so I believe that's something that the work group, so there was the Affordable Housing Working Group that was convened, and I think that they provided you an overview back in November. And within that report, they specifically had a definition for affordable housing, but my understanding is that working group is going to propose to revise that definition, and that will be coming to you within the next few weeks. So that is specific to what they recommend be the kind of AMI, the area median, the income brackets in which somebody would qualify for these particular housing types, these housing products.
And when it comes to specifically mixed income multifamily, where you have, a project that's 2/3 market and 1/3 subsidized, how does that work within the context of these 340 units of set-asides?
Yeah, so I'd have to revisit what some of those recommendations say, to be honest. But I think how that could operate, so within our zoning regulations, we have moderate income housing unit requirements that are pretty specific, and developers are required to deliver upon developing a particular project. So I think this column is meant to go above and beyond those MIHU requirements to encourage developers to produce a higher set aside. So with regards to your example, if that is above and beyond the MIHU requirements within that zoning district, they could potentially, I believe, pull the allocations from this particular column. But those are all recommendations that that Affordable Housing Working Group, I guess, was piecing together for your consideration to then make a recommendation as a part of your report for how this column could function, how it would best function.
Okay,
so it's
thank
all
you.
still supposed to get worked out.
Yeah, but I know how impossibly complicated it must be. Yeah.
Yeah.
And thank you, Todd. You answered a question I was about to ask, which is, okay, 60% market rate, do those take allocations? Do those get exempt from APFO and all that? And that has been really unsaid throughout this entire process, and definitely needs clarification. I was on the working group for this, where quite frankly, their goal was just get more of everything. They really weren't looking to a particular metric. But our legacy APFO, and I voted on this, had set-asides for inclusive housing, the typical 10 to 15% requirement for affordable housing within any new major development. And this affordable housing list, which Mary's showing to the right, is kind of weird because they were asking for something they already had, unless it is applied in a different way than previously set up. So I would say this is an item of a lot of discussion for us, how to reinterpret this. And I will say, right in the general plan, it says in clear language that the housing unit allocation chart, which sits in the general plan, not in subdivision regulations, literally is there to ensure our growth does not outpace resources. So it implies there is some tipping point. The question is, what is it? And we got to make sure we don't exceed that in our goal to reach certain levels. There are items in there which have limitations for how much they can go over, but there are some items that have infinity, and that starts getting really awkward in some of the math that we do with these. Thank you.
I just want to, thanks, Brent. This is really complicated. My company's done 8 or 10 multifamily projects that are driven by tax credit financing.
Yeah.
The process of getting tax credits and competing for tax credits through the state is protracted and difficult. And I don't know, when you layer on APFO and the tax credit application process, which can literally take years, just for the tax credits. The APFO is a separate issue. And I don't know how the two of them work side by side with one another to make things even possible. I mean, your developers are just, they're trying to hold on to parcels literally for years, trying to get through the CDA, Community Development Administration tax credit process. And I don't know how this all coordinates, but that maybe that's way outside of our scope. But I'm just looking at it and thinking, man, this is really, really hard.
Yeah.
Actually, it's dead within our scope, and I apologize, Mary.
No,
There is the Mary Kay bill that came out several years ago, which allowed the council to exempt those projects from many of the APFO restrictions that you are concerned about. There's also just look at the history of allocations. Because of interest rates, available land, availability to credit, zoning, whatever. We've been years from tapping the max on this. And this does serve a secondary purpose of smart growth. It is required by the state of Maryland to have your various tiers of growth. And this is also the geographic mapping of allocations. It serves multiple purposes in its application. Thank you.
Yeah, so if I could just mention that the Downtown Columbia Activity Center, other character is World West. So that is geographically based, again, based on character as provided on the flume. But the set aside column wasn't necessarily meant to be geographically based. It was meant to be an incentive. So if the APFO regulations already have an exemption for low-income housing tax credit projects, then the question is, how could this column serve another purpose to achieve these affordable housing goals? The reason this column was put in here is because there was a policy goal set out to increase the affordable housing opportunities both for purchase and for rental above and beyond MIHU requirements. So again, if there is already an exemption for LIHTC deals, then is there an opportunity to use this column for something else that will still help achieve those affordable housing goals?
Yeah, if I could just jump in for a moment with a question on the housing unit allocation chart. So Brent made a reference to this just a moment ago, and we also heard Holly in the first presentation talk about what the number of new housing starts has been over the last couple of years, and it doesn't seem like the county is getting anywhere close to like this average of 1,620 new units being added each year. And so I guess just from a practical standpoint, how does this allocation chart work if in any given year you don't hit those maximums? Does it like roll over to the following year and keep on accumulating? So so I guess that's question one. And then and the second question is, like, in HOCO by design, the county is planning to add all these housing units, but if the private sector is not delivering by bringing new units online or investing to build these units, what is the county's recourse to get units like these online, consistent with this growth plan?
Sure. Yes, Jeff, I was going to call on you.
Okay, I was going to ask you if you want me to answer the first question.
Yeah,
that's a good question. So you're right. The number of units that have been built lately in the county hasn't reached what's been allocated. And that's not only this general plan, which is new. It's only been in effect for 1 year. It's also the past general plan. The same thing happened. The allocation chart was first created when APFO began in the 90s, and at that point, it really was a tool that managed growth. So there were levels in the various areas that were created in the previous general plans, the geographic areas and other specialty pools, that did reach the limit, and so units were placed on hold for 1 or more years, and it did manage growth. But the last, I think, 9 years, there hasn't been a case where any of the pools or the geographic areas were exceeded in terms of number of allocations coming in. The reason that it's in the latest general plan at this level is because really historically we've had this good tool that's been very useful, and it's really true. It hasn't been achieved lately, but if there were to be a case of a lot of units coming in at once, it would govern the amount or put a pause on some of the development. So your observation is correct, and it's continuing to be used for historical purposes and to serve the purpose of sort of making sure there is a limit if necessary.
So does it roll over from year to year if you don't?
It does. So in the APFO law itself, it's defined how that works. So it's rolled over, and whatever is not used in the current year, that excess is rolled over, averaged over the next 3 years. So it's not rolled over year by year, but it's phased over 3 years. So what you end up getting is, and we've had the situation where you have, when the next year's allocation chart is adopted by the county council, the numbers increasingly go up and up and up. So then the question is, well, is it really serving its purpose because it's high now? And in fact, the county council at the end of the last general plan cycle, I think probably about 4 years ago, they amended APFO temporarily until the next general plan was adopted, which is this general plan, HOCA by design, to go back to the lower number and to limit the cap to no more than 10% of any excess in order to kind of control that huge amount that was building up. But that has since gone away since we now have this new general plan.
So does this general plan now, Jeff, it just kind of wipes everything away? But because
Yes.
our old APFO was, well, our current APFO was referring back to a general plan that's now no longer in
Exactly.
governing, right?
Yeah. So when this general plan was adopted last year, the new allocation chart adopted by the county council reflected what you see in front of you. And I think there's been one more year since then, and actually the numbers have bumped up. So if you look at the adopted allocation chart that was adopted in July of last year, July of 2024, the numbers are higher than what you're seeing now because they haven't been used.
There was quite a lot of work by the school community to limit the number of rollover allocations, and that was sunsetted, which is why
Right.
it's definitely a hot item again.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of concern if you start getting into these crazy 3,000, 4,000, 10,000 unit allocations all rolled over.
Right.
Could someone apply it in one area and just blow out the school system and cause a
Exactly.
redistricting wave
Yeah.
across the whole thing? And it'll definitely be something we want to revisit. What's a reasonable accommodation in there that wouldn't create those potentials for explosive needs for resources. Thank you.
Yeah, it was sunset because the thinking was that the next general plan would reset everything, right? And then things would sort of start all over. And perhaps APFO would be changing too with the review committee as well. But Brent, yeah, your point's well taken. If the situation continues where they're not being used and it builds up and up and up and up again, it may not be a bad idea to kind of, do what was done before.
Jeremy, did all your questions get answered? I don't know.
Yeah, well, I had two, so that would definitely answer the first question I had. So then the second question was more along the lines of, the general plan, the TOCO by design, the new general plan is, foreseeing all these units and has these growth aspirations. And what could the county do if they're not seeing the growth that they are hoping for, or that the plan calls for?
So the plan is only setting forth growth projections based on the policies in the plan and the future land use map. In order to realize the vision, a few steps still need to occur. One of which is a comprehensive rezoning for the activity center. So some of the activity centers do currently allow residential. A lot of them do not. So before any of these growth targets could even be achieved, rezoning has to occur. And then even after rezoning occurs, if these growth targets are not achieved, the county doesn't have recourse. We have this housing allocation chart just established to provide additional guardrails for how we pace growth and development, so it can be paced with other public facilities. So we have that in addition to the schools capacity chart, right? The schools test and then also the road test. So we have kind of three different guardrails currently in place as new units come online.
So actually, Jeremy, it prompts a really interesting question, and that is, do these charts and does the general plan represent an aspirational target, or does it represent a limiting document?
Well, it's interesting, Todd, because that word came up during the general plan hearing and the HOCO by design hearings. It's like people made the same observation and said, well, this chart now seems to be aspirational, not limiting. So that concept came up before.
So is there an answer? I'm sorry, Lisa. Lisa, I'm sorry, Lisa. Go ahead. Yeah.
That's okay. No, Jeff, go ahead and finish first, please.
I'm sorry. I was saying I think it's probably both. It's definitely it's meant to be a guardrail, right? Because we want to have predictability. That's the intent of APFO, right? But we wanted to also keep the same pace of growth we had, and we wanted to meet market demand, which Mary has indicated this is based on the economists' predictions or market demand for housing. So it is aspirational and also a guardrail as well.
So, in the last APFA review, the allocation chart was really different, not just in its numerical areas, but in the categories. And it was pretty much a limit then, right? And it was a high limit, like as Jeff has and others have noted, that it hadn't really caused delays, but it was looked at back then during a high growth area, time wise. And so yes, I think that it's accurate to say that this new allocation chart in the new general plan is kind of both aspirational as well as guardrails, whereas the previous one was just guardrails. I had a quick question. The old chart, so to speak, that we saw for a long time, was very regional and geographical in its columns, like specific areas of the county had these columns, right? And so what happened was the allocations would be very locally pacing, so to speak. And I want to ask, please, the current categories are not all necessarily referencing geographic locations, like they're more character types of units. The downtown Columbia and the rural west notwithstanding, the others are, more activity centers could be, all over in various places. But I've heard mention of there being a geographic aspect to some of that. So my question is, can you tell me, I guess Mary or Jeff, can you tell me what is the geographic basis that are within the categories that aren't obvious, like Columbia Downtown and Royal West? And the reason I'm asking is because APFO with the school tests is a very localized measurement and attempt to pace things. And these allocations used to be that way as well, but they've been really changed. And so I want to understand what geography and regional or local issues still are in that chart. Thank you.
Sure. So Jeff, if I'm not mistaken, the Plan Howard 2030 chart was based on place types, right?
Right, yes.
So, and I don't have one of those maps in front of me, but those place types were called growth and revitalization areas, established communities, and I believe it was just also called the Rural West.
Right. Yeah.
And honestly, what this allocation map does, by using these kind of character areas identified as the basis, is I think it provides even a little bit more specificity for where these growth targets are going. So the old map, established communities, growth and revitalization areas, kind of the targeted growth and revitalization area was sort of the whole Route 1 corridor, and I think a couple of other areas. So it was kind of a larger geographic area than, say, where we're planning our most significant growth and development now, which is inside these activity centers. So this is the housing allocation map, which is also available on our interactive map online. So these activity centers, right, so they are identified here. Again, it's even more targeted than those growth and revitalization areas, which was in the old housing allocation chart. When you look at other character areas, this blue area, where the housing allocation chart suggests no more than 365 units be allocated every year, that is larger. And that's a little bit more akin to those old established communities under the old housing allocation chart. So that's not where we're planning to see as much growth or development, say, as in these activity centers. Does that, and then, like I said, Gateway itself, the plan is that will have a separate allocation column, because that will be a more significant development opportunity akin to downtown Columbia with its own recommendations for infrastructure and other needs. So Lisa, did that help? Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did, because I wanted to be able to understand the real effect of When I hear folks saying that the allocation chart is doing enough localized pacing, and APFO doesn't need to do that we just need to remember, regardless of what we want to change or not change in APFO, that APFO is extremely more localized than the allocations are with regard to, you know, there's your school down the road, here's what you got to do, kind of thing.
Well,
Thank you.
it's a really good question, Deb. I mean, so there are 600 units in activity centers. Let's say somebody comes in and they acquire enough property to want to do a 400 unit multifamily project in Longreach. I mean, those are 3 specific schools. Can they grab 400 units of the 600 that are allocated to activity centers and, as Brent talked about, I mean, literally just overwhelm the local schools that would be feeding to?
Yeah, I mean, one thing to keep in mind too is that they seem like big numbers, the activity center numbers, but primarily in these activity centers is going to be multifamily housing. So you might have a 200 or 300 unit apartment building, and this came up before, where when we had small numbers in some of the other areas, that would restrict the ability. It would be hard to phase if it was like 200 allocations available and you have a 300 unit building. It's hard to phase that. So that was one of the discussion points, I think. And then the other thing to keep in mind, going back to Lisa's question, and people's referring to people's comments about how allocations aren't as targeted, I think that's coming from, in large part, also even further back, because, you know, Mary explained very well the previous general plan. The general plan before that, in 2000, we did do allocations by planning area. So Elkridge had so many, Ellicott City had so many, the Southeast had so many. So it was more geographically spread out. But I think as land is running out and you have less ability to develop all over Howard County like it had been 20, 30 years ago, because we had a lot of greenfield development, now we're more targeted. So what's happened in the previous general plan, and even more so with this general plan, is sort of the confined smaller activity centers like Gateway and certain areas along Route 1. So part of the reason is because of really what's left to develop in Howard County, I think.
Can I ask 3 questions? I have my hand up. I've had my hand up and I'd like to ask 3 questions if I can. My first question is, why isn't the 340, why is it outside and after the 1400? I almost feel like that should somehow be included, and there's a total number, because the 1400 really isn't the total number. It's really 1740. So, and that's well above, you know, what HOCO by Design was calling for every year, if I remember correctly. So that's one question. The other question is, you said that the reset was in 2024, and this starts in 2026. So is it going to be wiped out again and start at 2026? And my third question is, the Gateway column, when it comes in, is it going to take numbers from some of these columns, or is it going to go from 1740 to 2300? Like, where is Gateway coming from? Is it adding to this, or is it
Laura,
taking away?
yeah, I'll jump in about Gateway real quick. Don't throw Gateway into any kind of calculations, because by the time Gateway needs to be counted, we will probably be not too far from doing APFO again. There's a lot that has to happen at Gateway before people numbers are even thought about. So, like, toss it out. And that's, I'm on that master plan committee, and it's actually been hard for us on the master plan committee to have that mindset as well. There's just too much variability and too many things that have to happen before we can start thinking about facility organization and zoning moments for Gateway. But for your other questions, have fun. Everybody else can help with that one.
So Mary, if you want, I can answer the second question, I think, quickly.
Yeah, and then I can answer the first one.
Okay, good. So the point about the year 2026. So the reason that 2026 is the first year in this chart is because this chart, HOCO by design was adopted in December of 2023. Right after this HOCO by design was adopted, because we had a new allocation chart in a new general plan, the county council needed to adopt a new allocation chart. The way that APFO is written, the code, is that the allocation chart is always 3 years ahead. Because the thinking is that if a plan comes in for a subdivision, planning of a subdivision plan, it typically takes about 3 years to go through the planning process and build the units. So the units will show up 3 years later. So the first allocation chart was adopted in 2023 for the 2026 allocation year.
But you had said that there were carryovers up to 2024, which I thought you said got wiped out.
They all got wiped out because
But
this
you got
new
a
general
2-year
plan took
gap there
precedence.
where we're still not using all of these allocations. So if I look at this, I'm going to say, okay, then the allocations that don't get used in 24 and 25 aren't going to get carried over, because you're saying here, this is what it's going to start at. And if they are going to get carried over, can we see those numbers?
Yeah, so we can certainly share past APFO charts and rolling averages and how that works for sure. Yes.
Well, I mean, just as it relates to now, because you had said that they wiped it out to 2024, but you also said that they're not using them all. So what's happening to 2024 and 2025? Are they getting wiped out again? And
Well,
2026 is starting over, or are you adding them
yeah.
on?
Well, I don't. So when they're being wiped out, it's the allocations that were basically reduced to the new general plan totals. There was never any units seeking those allocations anyways. And we still have a surplus of allocations because the rolling average continues to roll up forward. We've been in this place for the last, 8 years or so. So when I say wiping out, it's not wiping out units, it's really wiping out unmet demand. And we wanted to cap it again based on the new general plan, which was adopted by the county council.
So in 2026, if in 2025 in Columbia, you did not have 200 of the allocations used, that does not mean you're going to add that 135 to 2026. Because I thought I heard you say it could be rolled over, and that was a concern that I think Brent brought up about, ending up with, all these unused allocations. I'm just trying to put everything together that you said, because right now there's things that don't match up, and I'm trying to make them match up in my mind.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess the answer is they were wiped out. So when a general plan is adopted every 10 years and we start fresh. And so this chart, the first year in this chart, is the fresh look on what we're allocating.
So it's accurate. There will be no carryover from 24 and 25. This number that we're seeing is the real number.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now we are in 2027 allocation year now, so there has been one rollover. So the 2027 year you see in this chart is different than the current allocation chart because things were rolled up.
Can we see the real numbers? Can somebody get us
Yeah,
the real
that's
numbers?
the legislation that was adopted last July. I don't have that with me, but we can certainly share that for sure. And there'll be another chart. I'm going to do another rollover this spring, and the county council will vote on that also.
So back to the point you made earlier, Jeff, if let's just say for argument's sake that 0 of the 335 for downtown Columbia was used in 26, that would mean that 112 would be added to 27, 28, and 29.
Yeah, you divide it by 3 and you push it forward 3 years, one each year. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And just as a little sort of nuance, the exception of for downtown Columbia, there's a little note there. Number one, the allocations for downtown Columbia align with the phasing chart in the approved adopted 2010 downtown plan. So for downtown Columbia, the 6,400 units, we didn't wipe those out. And the law that the county council adopted excluded downtown Columbia because the plan itself had a certain number of units. So we didn't wipe out any units in downtown Columbia. They all moved forward. But that's specific just to downtown. That's just like a specific downtown Columbia thing.
Should have picked a different column to use as for example, right?
Right. Yes. Right.
Hey, Mary, one item that's been subject of a little bit of contention, and I'd like you to clarify for us, was when they were showing the mapping of the activity centers in Hulk Green. When you look at the physical map, some of the originals had circles. Some of the later ones seem to have a little bit of detail to them. And the question is, when we go into comp rezoning, the activity center areas, are they defined by a radius or by a selection of properties? And I may be answering my own question. When you look at Gateway, it isn't a circle, but that's an outlier. But there was a little bit of contention back and forth when they were doing the general plan, how these were being geographically mapped. Can you offer any clarification?
Sure, I can do my best. So the activity centers, right? So the village centers, those are circles. And they're circles because because there's already a process established in our zoning regulations for a village center redevelopment. So that is only then that these housing allocations would be granted to those village activity centers. So they have to define what the boundaries are of the redevelopment opportunity, and then you grant those allocations. So we weren't going to define any target areas, at least for village activity centers. So what we did do, though, to identify all of the other activity centers was we took a look at our maps, and we took a look at what the underlying zoning was, and also what the current land use was. And that's what we used as the basis to identify these target areas for transformation, right? Those are our activity centers. So these are the target areas, but once we get to comprehensive rezoning, that doesn't mean that they will be required to follow this particular target. So once comprehensive rezoning comes down the pike, some of these boundary lines might be refined. I mean, currently they go to the center line. They're not drawn to parcel boundaries. They extend out to the center line or a roadway. Like I said, and once we get to comp rezoning, there might be some revisions to some extent, but this is intended to create the target. And again, the target area was based on underlying land use and zoning. Does that help?
You were going to answer the other part of my question before this question was asked. Can you answer that other part of my other question? It's okay. It's, it's free form here.
That's okay. Yes, I have it right here about why isn't this affordable housing column on the other side of the total. So how this APFO housing allocation chart was initially set up, going back in time, we used to have other set aside columns, other bonuses. So all of these columns here are geographically based. So this was trying to pace residential development by geographic areas. As Jeff said, it used to be planning areas, and then it became those place types, and now it's these character areas. So we wanted to pace development right by geographic area that corresponds to what is shown here on this map. And then we had a couple of kind of bonus columns. So the idea is back when development was happening at a much faster pace, people might run out of housing allocations, right? You might run out of housing allocation in a particular geographic area. And we said, well, at the time we had a green neighborhoods program. And we said, well, if you're trying to build what we define as a green neighborhood, and we don't have housing allocations in your geography, you can pull from this green neighborhoods column. So it's not going to be here on the inside of the total. It's this additional set aside that gives you the opportunity to get additional housing allocations above and beyond what is just allocated here regularly. But it's an exchange for doing these other requirements that are associated with the development in that column. Does that make sense? So it wasn't something that was necessarily going to occur without some kind of additional requirement.
No, it doesn't make sense. I'm just, because what I hear in my mind when you say that is that these columns don't mean anything because we can do this and we can pull it from here and we can pull it from there, which I understand you need flexibility. I get that, you know, you can't write any of this stuff in stone and expect to reasonably carry it out verbatim. I get that. But I guess what I don't understand is HOCO by Design has a number of properties we're targeted to build every year, and none of these numbers match that. And this number's outside of those numbers. And I guess what I cannot fathom in my little pea brain is why not? Like, why isn't that a part of that number? And why doesn't that number reduce the other columns? You know, I just don't get this whole, yeah, these, we have to follow all these, but you know what? Hey, we got this other one over here. And so we can stick that in. Like, I'm not understanding the rationale behind that, other than what you're trying to do is give yourself a cushion, basically.
Well, the Downtown Columbia Activity Center, other characters, World West, they can only be used in these areas, right, on this map. So this green color, you can only use an activity center allocation here as when you submit a site plan. And if it's in with this activity center, allocations would be pulled from here. Affordable housing, there's no corresponding geographic area in which those allocations could be used. So if somebody's coming in, saying in an activity center, and they're saying, I'm going to build 300 units, and they pull 300 units from here, and then they say, oh, I also want to build another 50 affordable housing units, right, above and beyond MHA requirements, so whatever the requirements are of this column that you recommend and then council adopts, then they could get an additional number of units, and that would then be pulled from this column.
I guess what I don't understand is, why isn't that subtracted? Why wouldn't, I mean, if what we're really trying to do is pace growth and keep track of growth and measure growth and do it accurately, that if in the activity centers you say there's allowed to be 600 units, and oh, by the way, we want to make 200 of those affordable housing, well, then it's 200 affordable housing and 400 not, and that's your 600. So I guess what I would say to the group is that something we could make a recommendation for? Because this, as it is in my mind useless. But because it's like, yeah, this is what the number is, unless it's Tuesday and it's raining, and you know, then we're gonna pull this number over here and make it there. So I would say to the group that maybe this is something we need to make a recommendation for, because this just makes no sense to me. Thank you.
May I offer one more comment? Okay, the idea is to offer an incentive. So again, the goal of the general plan was to increase more affordable housing opportunities throughout the county. So if the developer's coming in and saying, I'm going to build, we'll say 200 new units, right? And I will make 100 of them affordable. And if you give me these additional allocations, I'll make 100 of them affordable. If they couldn't go above the 200, right, 200 market rate units, 100 affordable, I don't know if the project would pencil out if they needed to do 100 of these, if they only got 200 units and 100 were market rate and 100 were affordable, right? So this is about trying to go above and beyond just market rate units. It's an incentive to produce units that are affordable and not market rate.
I get that, but then it should be included in the total. It shouldn't be outside of the total. And how is that affected when people use fee in lieu? You know, so I just still feel like it should be a part of the total. It shouldn't be a column out there by itself. You know, I mean, I get it, you know, and we need more affordable housing, especially for seniors. We need a lot of senior affordable housing. I'm not against affordable housing. I'm just like, if this is something we're going to measure, then let's measure it, you know, and if this is something that we're not, then let's not, you know.
And I think even if it were in the total, it really wouldn't make much of a difference. And the reason I think it was structured this way is because of what Mary said, that it was really trying to highlight the incentiveness of it, that it was sort of an extra incentive pool. We could certainly switch the column and put it after row west and put the total, but it wouldn't affect the total numbers available. You know what I mean? They could certainly be done. I think the reason it was placed outside, it was just in the context of the policy discussions that were occurring at the time that this was put together. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else? I know Mary has a lot more talking to do, and I think
I do have a little
we
more
have to
talking
give
to
her
do.
room.
That's okay.
So we'll give you back your presentation, Mary. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Hopefully this is helping everybody kind of get their heads into the task ahead. All right, so let's get into some of the specific recommendations, guidance, policies, and actions for the APFO Review Committee that's found in Chapter 10, Managing Growth chapter. So again, as we've discussed, I discussed earlier, a lot of our future growth opportunities are expected to occur through infill development or through redevelopment, right? Primarily through the redevelopment of those activity centers. And these future land uses and the housing types that they accommodate and all of their supporting infrastructure needs are expected to be different than suburban greenfield development. So that's when you would have these large 200, 300 unit single family detached subdivisions. So we expect infrastructure needs to be different when you're doing more kind of compact redevelopment, especially since more compact redevelopment tends to yield smaller housing types. So the big question is, does this change our school capacity needs? Does this change our demand on transportation infrastructure? So those are your big questions ahead of you, not easy questions. So specifically, we're going to kind of talk about some of the specific policies and actions now that are up for discussion. And these first four generally pertain to the housing allocations, but I think the first three, A, B, and C, are most relevant to your future APFO discussions and your recommendations. So I'm just going to get into these other slides here. So the first action was research models used in other jurisdictions that account for infill and redevelopment to pace future growth and transportation patterns anticipated in HOCO by design. So you heard from Montgomery County. You heard about their growth and infrastructure policy. That was a process they created to analyze new development's impact on public infrastructure. According to their website, as you hopefully recall from the presentation you heard, this growth and infrastructure policy guides how their planning board makes a determination by setting standards for evaluating public infrastructure and the impact an individual development might have on it. And then this growth and infrastructure policy also outlines how a developer can bring infrastructure up to a particular standard so the project can proceed. So then there was another action for the APFO Review Committee related to accessory dwelling units. So the general plan recommends that the county allow both detached and attached accessory dwelling units on a variety of single family attached and single family detached lots, so long as they meet a certain set of criteria that's on the site. So the APFO committee is asked to assess the applicability of APFO to accessory dwelling units and develop recommendations as applicable. So currently, for those of you who don't know what accessory dwelling units are, they're basically like apartments that could either be attached to a single family detached home or detached. Under our current zoning regulations, we currently only allow attached accessory apartments by right. Detached, so for example, if somebody had a garage and they wanted to renovate it into an accessory apartment, that would only be allowed on a temporary basis through a conditional use process. Currently, accessory apartments are not subject to APFO. So during the HOCO by design planning process, we held a strategic advisory committee that was focused on housing, and we invited Montgomery County planners to come and speak to our advisory committee. And we wanted to understand whether or not, because they allow both attached and detached accessory dwelling units in Montgomery County. So we inquired whether or not their ADUs were subject to APFO. And they determined that the ADUs can be built regardless of school capacity, as they're considered subordinate to the primary unit. And also at the time of our inquiry, they had done some research and found that properties with ADUs did not generate more school children than properties without ADUs.
And my understanding is that's for primary residence only. So in other words, somebody couldn't come in, buy a single family home, put up an ADU as an investment property that has to be your primary residence. Is that correct?
Of our current regulations? So, right. So my understanding is that if you have an ADU on your house, the property owner is supposed to be a resident. And Jeff Bruno, I'm going to tag you in. Is that your understanding as well?
Actually, I don't know. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know the zoning that
Actual
particular.
zoning, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I do believe that if you have if you're seeking a permit to put a attached ADU on your house, that the property owner has to be a resident.
I would say
I
until we define what ADUs are allowed, it's going to be hard to estimate their impact. You could have new construction with 2/2 townhomes, one being 1 square foot smaller than the one adjacent to it or above or below it, and effectively double the density of a particular lot. And you could have the she sheds or basement type ADUs, which could have relatively low impact. But we need to see what we're going to allow to be able to reverse calculate what the mitigation standard should be. Thank you.
Okay. All right, moving on to action C. That asks the review committee to evaluate the necessity of the housing allocation chart, including its goals, design, and appropriate place in the law. So as future development activity is expected to continue at a slower pace, is the housing allocation chart, I know we just had a robust discussion about this, but is the housing allocation chart doing what it was intended to do, which is pace housing growth by geographic areas as identified in the housing allocation chart columns. So table 10.3, that is from HOCO by Design, that compares the number of housing allocations granted in downtown Columbia in comparison to the rest of the county. So in general, the number of allocations granted have slowed in more recent years in the rest of the county. So look at 2020 to 2024 down here. So here you've got the downtown Columbia column, and then here you've got the rest of the county. You can really see in 2024 that 675 allocations were granted for downtown Columbia, whereas 700 were granted in the rest of the county. So this demonstrates there could be more opportunities to develop in downtown Columbia and perhaps in other activity centers in the future. And another point that is interesting is that Maryland, here in Howard County, I believe we are only jurisdiction that has a housing allocation chart. So it is a fairly unique when it comes to growth management policies. So now when we get into some more specific guidance for the committee to consider pertaining to APFO and schools, there are a total of 6 actions, but I'm going to jump past these first 2 slides because they're all actions that are just repeated here on the slides that I'm going to cover. So this first action recommends that the committee collect data or take a look at data for school demands in the county sufficient to evaluate existing conditions, emerging trends, and future near needs. This analysis should include an evaluation of the life cycle of new and existing neighborhoods to better understand the origins of student growth. So I know you've heard presentations from the Howard County Public School System staff. Also heard some presentations, I believe, from Jeff Bronow about student growth and the various factors that influence it. You also saw some data that showed how student population and enrollment is decreasing, has been decreasing in the near term, and then is anticipated to remain flat. And you also heard that student yields can vary by neighborhood, depending upon neighborhood demographics and the housing types. Generally, I think what we're finding, or at least I think what Jeff, you may have presented earlier, is that higher percentages of students have come from turnover of existing homes than from certain types of new construction, especially new construction of multifamily homes. So then another action from the general plan is that the committee's been asked to think about the extent to which new growth generates revenues to pay for school infrastructure. So I know this information is mostly for your situational awareness, so you can be fully informed of the fiscal impact that slower growth has on our budgets. As you know, our transfer tax, school surcharge, they're dependent upon resales and new construction, both of which have been slowing in the past few years. So the plan does recognize, on one hand, this slowdown in construction could give the school system and the county the opportunity to catch up and build school capacity where needed. However, on the other hand, it could present more fiscal challenges if we don't meet those growth targets as identified in the housing allocation chart. So again, while new housing may or may not generate new students, all new housing does generate revenues for school infrastructure. Another school-related action for the committee to consider is to evaluate the school capacity test in APFO and to determine if its intended outcomes are being achieved, and recommend changes to the framework and process to better pace development with available school capacity. So for example, in 2018, there was a council bill that lowered the school capacity utilization percentages that determined when school districts are closed to new development. This, of course, resulted in more school districts being closed, which slowed the pace of development. And as you know, in closed school districts, development projects are placed on hold for up to 4 years, and they get retested every year after a new school capacity chart is adopted. And then another one, evaluate the timing and process of the school capacity chart. So this is primarily a Board of Education process, but I think it's just something for you to be aware of. Basically, there was some discussion during the general plan around realigning the timing of the Howard County Public School System feasibility study and the APFO school capacity chart so that they reflect the same year. But again, I think this is just more, as I said, a Board of Education process and just something for you to be aware of as you contemplate and consider your recommendations. And then the next action for the committee to consider is to evaluate student generation yields by housing type to develop student generation yields. So review results with comparable counties to understand regional trends. We've been talking about this a lot. As we know, HOCO by Design anticipates a shift to building smaller housing types, like those missing middle housing types, like multifamily housing, and more growth in those future activity centers. So the plan suggests that smaller units could yield fewer students in comparison to, say, single family detached homes. And I think you received a presentation about that from Jeff on September 25th. So, and then we have another piece of guidance, we're getting close to the end, is to explore unit type ratios or unit type mixes that would support housing goals without overburdening schools, and propose appropriate waiting periods in relation to unit type. So currently, as we saw on the school capacity chart, that places all residential development in a closed school district on hold, regardless of unit type. HOCO by Design is based on a housing projection model that estimates that about 57% of our future units could be rental or condominium apartments, 24% could be townhomes, 19% single family detached. Overall, more multifamily types than townhomes and single family detached. So some questions you may want to ask yourself is, are there any unit types that would support our housing goals, such as units that might serve empty nesters, our aging population, or our young workforce that may not yield as many students? And should these housing types have different standards or thresholds? And then I know we've got just about 3 actions or policies, actions for the committee to consider related to transportation. So I'm just going to go through these quickly. Because as you know, APFO, it also requires what's known as a roads test. And then that is just ensuring that we have the adequate road capacity for these new developments. And one of the first actions for the review committee to consider is to evaluate and amend APFO standards for transportation adequacy and develop context-driven transportation adequacy measures that align with the county's land use and transportation safety vision. So currently, APFO does not mitigate the impact of small development projects, and APFO only requires a development project to mitigate its impact on an intersection, and it doesn't necessarily account for improvements that could benefit the larger network. So given that our future land use, again, is focused on more infill, smaller scale projects, larger compact redevelopment mixed use projects, how should these particular standards change? The next one is for the committee to study and develop APFO standards for specific geographic subareas. So some jurisdictions in Maryland will pool funds over time across projects to support capital projects that will have a substantial impact on the network as a whole, or advance multimodal goals within specific geographic subareas. And then finally, the committee should evaluate and amend APFO standards to mitigate trips with investments in bike, pedestrian, and transit infrastructure, road connectivity, and safety project. So the APFO level of service test remains singularly focused on motor vehicle travel, and some jurisdictions are starting to shift their testing for multiple modes, including adequacy standards for pedestrian and bike improvements. So again, all because we're anticipating our development patterns to be changing and evolving. Okay, so I got through all the slides now, Todd.
I do have one question.
Okay.
You said question mark. I'm not sure it's a question for staff as much as it is a policy question, but is staff or our decision makers in the county content with what we're getting now in new development? Or is there a desire in the field to actually be delivering more housing units? I mean, if we're delivering 750 and we're allocating 1,500, is there a sense at the policy level that we got to do something to make this happen because we're languishing, and we're going to continue to languish unless we can get closer to that 1,500 number?
Well, I think that was the whole point, right, of the general plan, right? It says, how do we grow and develop given we have this employment demand and residential demand? How do we want to accommodate it? How do we want to move forward? We recognize that housing affordability, big challenge here. You know, what kind of county and community do we want to be in the future? Do we want to be a place with affordable housing options? Do we want to be a place where our younger workforce can afford to live? Do we want to be a place where aging adult community can continue to age in place or perhaps downsize to a smaller unit? So I feel like we got all of that policy direction in HOCO by design to try to evolve and influence our residential growth, right? So that we can continue to be a diverse, equitable, and inclusive county that meets the needs of many. So I feel like that's where we landed. If we have those growth projections in our housing allocation chart, you know, I feel like that is the policy goal.
So we're a year into a new master plan or a master plan for the county. And we now have the lowest number of pre-submission additional housing units under that new plan and the current APFO. 100, I think, Jeff, is what you last presented.
Yeah,
so
a quick clarification on Todd on that. I know you asked that to Holly. So it's actually like around 450. There was a mistake in the data. So she's going to present that at the next SAC.
Okay.
It's still very low, but it's not 100.
No, right. I remember when we talked about it, it was like, wow, 100.
Yeah.
But even at 450, that's the lowest.
It's
that's
low.
the lowest ever. I
Yeah.
mean, in
Yeah.
in the 30-year history, looking back in the county, or 40 years even.
Mhm.
So the current APFO and the current master plan is delivering the lowest number of housing, new proposed housing units on an annual basis. So from a policy standpoint, are we saying, wait a minute, we got to do something about this? Or are we saying, hey, it is what it is? We created this system. The development community is doing what it does, and we're just going to let it happen.
Well, I mean, I think the trend of lower units was happening for a while,
Yeah.
and the general plan recognized that and has set policies to try to address it. As Mary explained, I think that's really and it takes time to implement policy and do the zoning changes and do the Gateway Master Plan, but the general plan policies are being worked towards to try to meet the demand in an era of limited land supply.
Debbie, I see your hand.
Yeah.
Deb Markovitz, I think I saw your hand up.
Lisa, sorry, I didn't
Oh.
know you were talking to me. Sorry. Anyway, I just wanted to say that the new plan hasn't had an effect on development yet because we haven't done comprehensive rezoning yet. I mean, the plan gets updated, then you have comprehensive rezoning to implement the plan. Zoning implements the plan. APFO is not tasked with implementing the plan. The APFO is tasked with reviewing the plan and its implementation coming, and see how to pace development. And so we've delayed, we've had a big delay. There's various reasons that people think the cause of that is, but there's been a big delay in comprehensive rezoning, and we've been told that it's going to be even further away. But that's really what's causing not having the implementation of incentivizing development more, because what's going to incentivize more development in comprehensive rezoning are all of the zoning changes that are going to allow more density and multiplexes, ADUs, et cetera, that just don't exist and aren't legally allowed no matter what APFO is doing. So when they do that, we very well may have a lot more people who will be waiting here and there, but they're in line and it's all going to come. So I just wanted to point that out.
No, that's really, I never thought of that, but you're exactly right. And the question is, what happens while we're waiting, and how do we craft an APFO that anticipates something that hasn't been done yet?
And it's also, I think, important to remember there was an impact from the last APFO committee and the change to APFO that resulted from that process back in 2018, effective in 2019, which added the high school test and reduced the school capacity test from 115% to 105%. The number of school closures went up pretty dramatically. I think that was presented to you in the APFO history presentation. And so the number of housing units on hold due to the schools test increased compared to the past.
Mm-hmm.
So there is an APFO repercussion in addition to the slowing growth due to the limited land supply. And you could, it's hard to gauge which has had the most impact. Clearly, we're running out of land and it has a huge impact. But there also is an impact, has been an impact from the last APFO changes.
Well, and then the surcharge, major increases in the surcharge just added to the cost of development as well. So we lengthened the time, we added to the cost, we reduced the amount of land, and then you had the pandemic and massive inflation, all adding to costs.
Right.
I mean, it was like the perfect storm. So I don't know how we allocate. I don't want to call it blame, but how we allocate, which of those factors those elements had the largest factor, but they all combined to drive our numbers way down.
And this is one area I agree with Todd. There are so many factors. Surcharge undoubtedly had an effect. It's not raw numbers, but there's so many international and national things. Interest rate changes, COVID, birth rates, immigration, all those things trickle down. Quite frankly, we're looking at a missing middle policy that was generated in Minnesota and applied evenly to every city in the entire country. There is going to be a national effect to some of the items we have. But once again, ultimately, our goal here is to go, hey, whether we're building one house, 100 houses, 1,000,000 houses, can we provide adequate public facilities for the residents as that occurs? And I think we can. We have it right on our doorstep right here. We just have to figure out how to do it without sacrificing our standards, which is a challenge.
So, and I would say to piggyback on top of that, and maybe you can choose there who works for the county. And also, are these slides, because they weren't in the presentation, the slides from Ms. Sun and from Mary, are they going to be added to the notebook because they're not in the notebook now?
That's correct. I just
They'll
got
be
them,
added.
so they'll
Okay,
be
so
added
they'll be
by
added.
tomorrow. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Because I really use that notebook. I love it. But a couple things that we're talking about in the legislative committee that have just come up in the last 2 weeks is we've got House Bill 38, which directly has to do with appropriate facilities. And they, as I've said before, they basically want to gut it. They want to say at a state level what's included in APFO. And they also at the state level are talking about putting a limit where no county can have an area closed for more than 4 years. So that is already going through the Senate, the House right now. And then there's also House Bill 80 and Senate Bill 190, which is also going through the legislature right now, which has to do with the transit areas. And that bill basically says, if we're all reading it correctly, that the state can basically override whatever the county wants to do if the state thinks what the county is doing isn't right. And so for you guys in planning and zoning, like, do you have an action plan for that? Like, what are you going to do if these bills get passed, and how are we going to, how are we going to make that work here in Howard County if the state's going to come in and say, hey, in those transit areas, we really want you to have 1,200 houses, but you're only allowing 400 houses, or you're not doing it fast enough, or you close the school, or you whatever. Like, this could be a little bit of catch up here because these bills are already going through the legislature right now.
Yeah, I mean, last year there was a bill that was going through the legislature that would prevent counties from having AMPHOs, and that didn't pass.
Yeah, there's a lot of support for it this year. I'm just
Right.
going to tell you what I'm hearing at the
Yeah.
state level. There is a lot of support for HB 38. There's because Governor Moore is hot on the housing along with Jay. And they're kind of thinking, hey, if the counties aren't going to allow this to happen, then we're going to step in at the state level and say, no, you can't do that anymore. But there's an awful lot of support for both of these bills right now. That's what I'm hearing.
And Laura, I'd like to add on my side, I'm part of the PTA Council of Howard County. They just voted unanimously against that bill as far as all the parents representing each and every school in Howard County. So it'll be interesting which side the coin gets flipped on.
Unless there's an urgent question, I want to cut this off because we're going to be talking about all of this more as we proceed. We don't have to resolve it all tonight. And first of all, Lisa, my apologies. I called you Deb like 3 times tonight. But I want to thank Mary for coming out. And Jeff, I'm glad you sat through this whole night tonight. But Mary, your presentation was terrific and very helpful. And I want to thank you on behalf of the committee for providing us that information. A couple of things looking forward. Our next meeting is the February 5th, and it is scheduled to be an in-person meeting at the Howard Building. So make sure you make note of that. I know you'll be getting notification again in the next couple of weeks, but just so you have it on your calendars and you know that. The second thing is be on the lookout later this week, or maybe into early next week, for an email from Linda that will be a short survey to ask each member a series of questions that will help guide us in scheduling and outlining the deliberations that will start on February 4th. So keep an eye out for that and respond, please, as quickly as you can, because we want to make sure we're giving staff enough time to process that and coordinate that. I believe that's going to be like a Survey Monkey survey that'll be anonymous, so you won't have any need to hold your fire if you have specific issues and questions that are important to you, but you don't want to necessarily share in an open setting. You fire away. That's kind of the point. Obviously, when we get to deliberations, we're gonna need to be able to communicate with each other. But at least for setting the table, let's make sure we try to get that response back to staff as quickly as possible. So that's all I have for tonight. If there's anything else that anybody wants to chime in on, now's the time. Otherwise, we'll close it out. Anybody?
Todd, yeah, just there was a couple questions regarding information about the state. I believe Laura asked, is there a chart or a place to look that shows what every county got from the state for FY26? And then also there was a question about how the state determines the cost share percentage. I pulled up the IAC meeting minutes, so I'll send links to those to Lisa, Kenny, and Linda, so that they can distribute for the entire group here.
So kind of you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan. Anybody else? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
Or you
to
want
adjourn.
to just stay all night?
No, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Thanks, everybody.
Any opposed?
Have a nice
Thanks,
week.
everybody.
Take care, guys.
Thanks a lot.